what's happening here and what's happening next door.
Okay.
Simply, not the welcome remarks, just to let people know in case they're in the wrong way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then when we're ready to start, then we'll do the math, but we're not ready to start yet.
Okay.
Raymond, how are you? Good to see you.
All right.
How's that?
Sounds good.
Working? Hello. Good morning. I'm about to announce something.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, how are you doing? I'm just about to tell people that they may want to go next door. Very few people next door, unfortunately.
I'm confused. I feel like I didn't read the documents properly. How do you, is there a rhyme or reason though?
I'm just going to announce what's here and what's next.
All right.
We don't have an opening session.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. And welcome to the Foundational Learning Exchange, Flex 2024. We're just about to get ready, a few minutes, but I just wanted to announce that we have 2 rooms and 2 different sessions, 2 parallel sessions. And so that everybody is aware that we have actually 2 sessions taking place, what's happening here and what's happening next door, to make sure we're in the correct room of our preference. We don't have a plenary session opening today. So just to let people know, in this room, the first session, the first technical session, is scaling foundational learning, insights, approaches and perspectives from the ground. And we'll be starting very shortly. But we also have another room, meeting room 4 next door, which is building the bricks for foundational learning through effective language of instruction decision-making in Africa. So they're the 2 options that we have for our opening technical sessions. And if you would prefer to follow the language of instruction session, it's actually next door in MH4. So we'll be beginning in a few minutes when we have people settled and ready to go. Thank you very much. Right? Well, we should put them at the front, in the front tables.
Okay.
Yeah. I haven't been involved in the logistics yet. How are you doing? Good to see you. Yes, Casey.
Into the opening session.
Which opening session?
It's supposed to be an opening session.
No, there's no opening session. There's a welcome remarks in both rooms. Yeah. No, it just said opening welcome. I'm giving it here and DG Rev is giving it next door. Yeah. And it's simply this.
Okay,
There's no
great.
opening session as such.
Yeah, it changed.
Tomorrow is
but that's
the,
okay.
yeah, tomorrow is the new opening.
I know.
Yeah.
So you,
Yeah.
what time will we
Working hard
start?
schedule. I don't know, to be honest with you. We have to wait and see how we're filling the room.
I'll go check
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
We're gonna shift the whole program by whatever time we start. I mean, I don't know, they won't be happy cutting their session by half an hour.
It's 13 minutes. I think we should get, yeah.
I'm gonna go next door.
DG, how are you doing? Good. How's everything? I'm fine. Good. Are you ready? Are you joining this one or next door?
Yeah,
Are
I
you
want to attend that one.
next door? Okay. So,
So this is the whole community.
are they ready to go next door? Sorry?
I don't think that people knew.
Knew what?
Thank you for-
Thought there was a session next door.
'Cause this
No,
was-
it's very disorganized, I have to say. Yeah. So we'll sit, everything. Kristen, we're starting now. Okay. So I'll just say a few words and then I'll welcome you to come.
Okay,
to moderate the first session.
that's good. You'll
Is that
do
the-
housekeeping about everyone's.
Interpretation, I have it on my list.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe it's one of the first things I'll say. Thank you so much. The music, let them put it. Good morning, once again. Honorable ministers, delegates, guests, partners, colleagues. My name is Hugh Delaney, and I'm working with the Rwandan Ministry of Education, part of the organizing committee for this FLEX, Foundational Learning Exchange 2024. And I'm very pleased to welcome everyone today, including those who have traveled to Rwanda for this event. You are all very welcome. We are very pleased to host, which is the second annual edition of the African Foundational Learning Exchange here in Kigali, Rwanda. And we're delighted to have colleagues from ministries all across Africa and development partner organizations from the continent and indeed beyond. We have tomorrow the official opening ceremony, tomorrow morning, and today is the first day of the 3-day event, which will have a number of parallel sessions, both in this room here and also in the next room, which is Meeting Hall 4. I hope you've seen the agenda, which was sent out to everybody by email, but it's also available on the Flex website. And we'll be also having printed copies of the agenda and the program during the day, as well as details of the panels and the speakers and moderators. Because we have very exciting series of sessions planned today, here and next door. Some administrative points to communicate. We have interpretation. We have English, we have French, we have Portuguese interpretation. And at the back of the room, we have the headsets, which are available for anybody who requires interpretation in any of those 3 languages. Some speakers will be speaking in English, some will be speaking in French, some may be speaking in Portuguese. And so the headsets are available to translate for us. So please, for anybody who wants the headsets, they're at the back of the room. And there's a team of ushers who can assist those who require any services such as headsets. Some other points to note is that coffee and lunch will be served in the tent outside just across the hall. But again, we'll have ushers announcing such things at the appropriate time. And lunch for the ministers and the heads of delegations and development partners will actually be served in the auditorium club. So that's just something that will be noted now, but communicated also at the appropriate time. So we've tried our best as organizers to respond to the demand for session topics, and the schedule is very tight. So we request also everybody's collaboration in moving between different rooms during different sessions so that we can keep the flow going. We have a very ambitious and tight schedule, but a very interesting one. So time management will be very important, including during coffee and lunch breaks. And ushers will be directing us throughout the event. Feel free to ask any questions of any of the ushers or organizers. So we're really very happy to have you here today. We really wish all the delegates a very productive 3 days. And we hope that this space will allow us to strengthen partnerships, old and new. And because we are joined together by a strong desire to ensure a strong foundational learning across the continent. Thank you very much, and we wish you an excellent Flex event. Now, may I call the moderator for the first technical session, which is happening here, and that session is Scaling Foundational Learning, Insights, Approaches, and Perspectives from the Ground. The moderator is Christine McConnell, who is the UNICEF Ghana Chief of Education, and she will be moderating this session and organize it. So thank you, Christine. If you can take the podium and lead us through this first technical session, I'll hand over the microphones to you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. It's a full room. How are we feeling this morning? There's like hundreds of us in this room. How are we feeling this morning? Good. All right. I love to hear it. I'm Krista McConnell from UNICEF Ghana, and I have the great pleasure of being your moderator this morning to kickstart the Flex conference with the very first panel for the next few days. So thank you everyone for being here this morning to start off this first panel. So in this first panel, we have a distinguished group of panelists this morning who have traveled from various corners of the continent and globe to share their perspectives, approaches, and insights on scaling foundational learning across diverse African contexts. So it is my hope that within this next hour, or let's be honest with time, maybe 45 minutes, everyone in this room will walk away with at least one practical approach that they've learned on stage today and start thinking about how this could potentially support foundational learning in their context. I really appreciate that many of you are sitting at tables, and I think in our welcome bag we got notebooks. So I know this is the first panel of many you will have for the next few days, and I don't want you all to travel home on Wednesday or Thursday and forget about this panel because you have so many following after this. So please take some notes today, and if we have time, I will ask you in the audience to share kind of that one approach that you've walked away with today. All right, so let me start by introducing the distinguished panelists that are here with us this morning. All right, I'll start with Madam Director Ndao, who's the Director of Elementary Education at the Ministry of National Education in Senegal. Next up, we have Director Karlimbika, who's the Director of Early Childhood Education and the focal point for foundational learning with the Ministry of Education in Zambia. Next up, we also have Director Uwasu, who's the Deputy Director General for Ghana Education Service. We have Emily Wolf, who is the Senior Technical Advisor and Team Leader in Gender Equality Division at FCDO. We have Ramya Vivekanandan, who's the Senior Education Specialist and focal point on foundational learning at the Global Partnership for Education. And Steve Blunden, who's the Chief of Party for USAID Next Generation in Malawi. And last but not least, let me welcome Anders Holm, who's the Executive Director of the Hempel Foundation, who is also our keynote speaker this morning. A warm welcome to all of our panelists. Now I'll turn it over to Anders, who will provide some policy level strategies to drive foundational learning progress and share the Hempel Foundation's approach to supporting scalable, data-driven solutions in Africa. Over to you, Anders.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. I have really been looking forward to attending both this morning, but also, of course, the next couple of days, both to learn, to be inspired, but hopefully also to be even more hopeful for the future. My name is Anders Holm. I'm the Executive Director of the Hempel Foundation, and it is a true pleasure to open this very first session and thereby kicking off this incredible event to promote foundational learning to all. The Hempel Foundation is committed to supporting foundational learning across Africa. We believe African governments hold the key to addressing the continent's learning crisis, and we will proudly support the governments as they tackle this crisis. We do that in two ways. Firstly, we fund the development of cost-effective program solutions that can be scaled by government. And secondly, we do that by support data for efficient education policy decision-making, and I will talk a little bit more about that. The key to scale foundational learning solutions effectively is data-driven policymaking. Policy decisions that are informed by data and evidence are essential for three reasons. Firstly, because data provides insights into where education systems are succeeding and where they're falling short, guiding policymakers to make informed decisions. Secondly, it serves to optimize limited resources, and resources are limited. By analyzing data on educational needs, resources can be better allocated to where they will have the greatest impact. And lastly, data-based policymaking allows for measuring progress and accountability. It allows for setting up goals that are measurable and to track progress towards them. And one key initiative for us in that area is FLAT, that you may all have seen when you arrived this morning. In 2023, UNICEF and the Hempel Foundation launched the Foundational Learning Action Tracker. It's a tool that supports governments in effective education policy making. This tracker is based on the RAPID framework, which I'm sure that many of you already are aware of. As many as you know, the RAPID framework identifies 5 key actions needed. First, to reach every child and keep them in school. Secondly, to assess learning levels regularly. And thirdly, to prioritize teaching the fundamentals of literacy and numeracy. Also to increase the efficiency of instruction, including through catch-up learning. And finally, to develop psychosocial health and well-being. This year, the second Foundational Learning Action Tracker report was issued. It collects data from 123 low and middle countries to monitor progress on government actions for foundation learning. On the occasion of FLEX, a snapshot for Africa has been developed. This snapshot showcases achievements like here in Rwanda, where efforts to prioritize fundamental skills. Rwanda's Ministry of Education has revised the timetables to increase the instructional time for Kinyarwanda, English, and mathematics. And catch-up learning has been added to improve instructional efficiency. So the African snapshots that while many countries are taking action, stronger efforts are needed to move the needle on foundational learning. On the positive side, in 2024, almost 80% of African countries reported that learning outcomes for foundational learning are clearly defined in the curriculums. However, only about a fifth of countries provide a textbook for each student, and only a fifth do an annual nationally assessment of reading or math in early grades. So the snapshot provides a way forward to tackle the learning crisis. Among the key steps proposed, it encourages scaling up policy actions and strengthen systems in alignment with the RAPID framework, especially in terms of increasing the efficiency of instructions. And it also do that by improving tracking of efforts on foundational learning through increased and regular data collection. So before I hand over the stage to learn about education system strengthening in Senegal, Ghana, and Zambia, as well as to hear from representatives of the Foundation Learning Coalition, I wish to leave you all with just one call for action. I encourage everyone to have a look in the Foundational Learning Action Tracker, and as a value of data, it is defined by the ability to optimize policy making. So it is my hope that we will learn and question and also reflect on the data here in the Action Tracker. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anders. And I believe most of you are seated at tables and you should all have a copy of, I think, a little pamphlet on the Foundational Learning Action Tracker with a QR code that you can scan to get more information. So thank you again, Anders, for setting the stage. I'd like to dive right in to our panel discussion, where first we will hear from our 3 countries represented today. So I will start with Madame Directrice from Senegal. For Senegal, can you briefly share with us some insights you have from improving foundational learning in Senegal? What practices or policies have been impactful for improving foundational learning, and how have they been integrated into Senegal's national education system?
Merci beaucoup, Christine. Le ministère de l'Éducation nationale du Sénégal a à son actif 4 500 000 élèves. Et pour le programme élémentaire dont je suis en charge, nous avons un effectif de 2 300 000 élèves. Les enseignants au niveau du ministère de l'Éducation nationale tournent autour de 106 000. Rien que pour le programme enseignement élémentaire, nous sommes à 53 625, soit les 50%. L'ensemble des écoles au niveau du ministère de l'Éducation nationale tourne autour de 21 000, alors que le programme enseignement élémentaire est à 11 131 écoles. C'est pour dire tout simplement, mesdames et messieurs, que le poids du programme enseignement élémentaire est important dans le système éducatif sénégalais. Pour prendre en charge cette cible, différentes stratégies sont développées. Parmi ces stratégies, nous avons le développement et l'utilisation des langues nationales dans l'apprentissage fondamental pour améliorer les enseignements-apprentissages. Il a été démontré que la langue première de l'enfant a un rôle déterminant dans le développement cognitif et socio-affectif. C'est pourquoi, dès les premières années, il faudrait commencer par la langue nationale, la langue première de l'enfant, pour améliorer les compétences de base en lecture, en mathématiques et en sciences. Qu'est-ce qui est recherché dans un système éducatif? C'est améliorer la qualité des enseignements-apprentissages, améliorer les rendements de nos enfants. C'est dans cette perspective que le ministère de l'Éducation nationale a élaboré un modèle harmonisé d'enseignement bilingue au Sénégal qu'on appelle le MOHEPS. Le MOHEPS est un creuset fédérateur de toutes les interventions, toutes les initiatives, toutes les entreprises en enseignement bilingue que le Sénégal a eu à connaître depuis les années 70 avec les classes télévisuelles et non télévisuelles. Donc, le modèle harmonisé d'enseignement bilingue au Sénégal se veut consensuel, où tous les partenaires techniques et financiers se sont arrimés. L'approche pour l'élaboration, c'est une approche participative et inclusive qui a connu la participation des universitaires, des partenaires techniques au développement, des parents d'élèves, des syndicats, de la société civile, bref, de toutes les parties prenantes. Il s'en est suivi une validation technique et ensuite une validation institutionnelle avec les plus hautes autorités. Cette réforme a un cadre d'opérationnalisation et un schéma de généralisation d'ici 2028. Pour 16 académies au niveau du Sénégal, nous avons démarré en 2023 avec 9 académies. Cette année, en 2024, nous sommes dans 13 régions. Il reste seulement 3 académies, c'est-à-dire la région de Dakar, la capitale, qui regroupe 3 académies. C'est pour dire tout simplement nous progressons de façon géographique et au plan linguistique. Sur les 22 langues codifiées au niveau du Sénégal, 5 langues seulement sont utilisées du fait de leur outillage poussé. Pour terminer, Christine, je voudrais partager notre petite expérience et dire tout simplement pourquoi ça réussit au Sénégal. Parce que c'est une forte volonté politique qui s'est traduite à travers les textes et règlements du pays. Mais au-delà, nous avons une bonne stratégie de communication, une mobilisation communautaire, une acceptation et une cohésion sociale autour du MOHEPS, qui est une réforme à grande échelle dans l'apprentissage fondamental. Un dispositif de formation pertinent en approche et en coaching à l'initial et en continu, parce que la formation occupe une place prépondérante. Si on veut toucher l'enfant, on passe par l'enseignant, et l'enseignant étant le premier intrant de qualité. Ensuite, nous avons le matériel didactique. Donc, c'est pour dire tout simplement, il y a des dispositifs qui ont été pensés au Sénégal qui nous ont permis de mettre en œuvre ce modèle harmonisé d'enseignement bilingue au Sénégal avec le leadership dans le financement du MOHEF de l'État du Sénégal. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. There was a really inspiring story from Senegal. I'd like to now turn over to Zambia for a very similar question. If you can give us briefly, what are some of the policies and strategies that have been put in place in Zambia to scale foundational learning, and how have they been integrated within the national education system?
Thank you very much. In Zambia, when we talk about foundation learning, we encompass pre-primary to the early grades. Pre-primary in Zambia is targeting children who are aged 3 to 6 years. And then the early grades we are talking about here, we're talking about grades 1 up to 4. Why? Because the children enter grade 1 in Zambia at the age 7. So by the time they're about 10 years, they'll have reached grade 4. What have we done as a country? You may be aware, maybe all aware that Zambia has done one of the successful programs called the Catch Up, which is teaching at the right level. You may be aware about that. This is one of the projects which as a country we have undertaken. What are we doing? Here we are looking at the issues to do with literacy and numeracy. What the country has done is to ensure that the training colleges or teachers training colleges are well equipped with the lecturers who are able to transform the teachers. Because for you to have a very good system in the education system, you need to transform teachers. So these teachers who go for training, they're trained so that they are able to teach literacy and numeracy programs even when they go into the field. As if this is not enough, the government, you may be aware, if you follow Zambian government, is that from 2022, we have employed over 30,000. Actually, in 2022 alone, the government employed about 34,900, about 496 teachers. When these teachers were employed, the majority or most of them were the teachers who are teaching children. Those are ECE teachers as well as primary school teachers, because we are emphasizing the importance of early grades as well as pre-primary, which is foundation learning. These teachers, when you employ them, you don't leave them like that. You have a program what is continuing professional development. Because when you are in college, you do a lot of different things. So you have to train you as a teacher. The pedagogies so that you know how to teach children, because children are taught differently from the other ones. We have done a lot of working with VVOB Zambia. We have worked well with World Bank in Zambia to ensure that the teachers are given the right training, as well as UNICEF. These are some of the cooperating partners whom we have worked with. For you to have a successful business program in education, you don't need to work alone. You have to work with cooperating partners. So we owe a lot to great respect or giving indebted to World Bank, UNICEF, and VVOB Zambia. They have helped us in teaching or training the teachers. Apart from that, when you have these teachers, it's important also to have the teaching and learning materials. You produce teaching and learning materials. Both for teachers, they need teaching and learning materials. For children, they need to read. For you to teach them how to do mathematics, for you to teach them how to read, you need books. So that emphasis has also been on teaching and learning materials production. As a country, we put a lot. Because of that, the government has put a lot of money into production of teaching and learning materials. In short, we're saying that the government has prioritized foundation learning. And you're aware, as you're aware, Zambia is the champion. Our president, His Excellency, the President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, is the champion of foundation learning in Africa. You're aware about that. Now, as a champion, you are very much aware. As a champion, if we don't lead by example, what will others say? So we have to work hard to ensure that as a country, so that we learn from each other. We're not saying we're the best. What we are saying is we are doing our best. We learn from each other. We lead the way as champions. We have invested a lot in budgeting in that area. So many things. I thank you.
Last but not least on kind of our country panel, a country I know quite dearly, Ghana, but I think maybe the rest of the room doesn't know the Ghana context so much. Director Owasu, can you share from Ghana's perspective?
Right, thank you so much. I bring you greetings from Accra, Ghana. It is my pleasure to be here. As we are discussing and as we know, we realize that the foundation is when the foundation is strong, it supports the education architecture of every nation. So we decided to have a strategy. And it came up when we realized that the data wasn't good at all. 2015, when we had an assessment, EGRA, EDMA, we realized that the percentages were so weak and we decided to intervene. Once you are leveraging education in building the capacity of your people, talking about the human capital, you needed to tackle the foundation, and that is what we did. So the strategy was to introduce a system that works so well, and that is what we call differentiated learning, where when you have the same strategy in teaching, you might not be able to get the results because you might leave others out. So we needed to tackle them per their learning abilities. So a teacher in a classroom will have a strategy where you are not teaching all your learners the same. You have a strategy to just group them into their levels when you have a baseline assessment and you have level 1, level 2, level 3. And they were all in our schools improving. But you also realized that there was a need for us to top up. And the topping up was to have a collaborated effort, collaborating in terms of all the agencies, those that are working on our reforms in developing content curriculum, those that are also supporting us to comply with whatever you are doing. All of us, we had about 7 agencies coming together. So everybody has a defined role. You know what you are supposed to do. And we decided to bring everyone on board. And we are leveraging technology as well. So that you know the data as today, we prioritize and we define rules. Then the next time when you come back to check, we observe that there is an improvement. And that is what is working for us. So I'm happy to report that Ghana is, with a coordinated and then collaborative efforts, we are improving from 2% now to close to 45% because of the collaboration. We are leveraging technology as well. And leveraging technology, we also have monitoring and data dashboard that has clearly be defined and given us at all levels, everybody, all the stakeholders, from the school level, district level, regional level, they have access to the data and they can also monitor, and you can zero in, go into the schools to provide support. So number one, there is an investment in early learning or foundational learning. We have defined rules. We are working in collaboration with others, and then we're also monitoring. And what I can see is that it is working for us. We are introducing a new one when we are bringing a lot of schools on board. We started with 10,000 and 10,570. The scaling up is that as all of us are coming together, we would like to tackle and reach every school and involve every learner. So that is what is happening in Ghana. Collaboration, huge investment in content, and then all of us having data and working with the monitoring tools to be able to support those that will need support. Right.
Thank you, Director. Now we'll shift to hear a little bit more from partners. I appreciate exactly what Zambia said about success is not working alone. It's with partners, and you named a number of partners that were successful in the Zambia case. So now we'll turn and hear a little bit from the partners' perspective. First up, Emily from FCDO, who will talk us a little bit more about government ownership and sustainability. Two things I think go hand in hand. You can't have sustainability without government ownership. So Emily, from your perspective with FCDO, what strategies have been effective in ensuring government ownership in scaling? And how have these strategies been adopted for financial sustainability in the long term?
Thanks, Kristen, for the opportunity to join this panel, and thanks also to my other panelists for those incredible examples that we've heard from different countries in Africa. So there's a lot to cover in 5 minutes. I think I'm going to just try and focus on some of the key principles that we at the FCDO feel are important for scaling improvements in foundational learning. And I hope some of these will resonate with participants here and with the panelists with me today. So the first principle I want to talk about is co-creation with government and with partners, doing that from the outset. And this is fundamental if we want to achieve sustained political and financial commitment to reforms, and bringing key stakeholders along for the full journey with genuine ownership and input is much more likely to be effective than seeking retrospective buy-in. So for us in the UK, that's really important, and building trust and working in ways that really strengthen mutual respect and partnership, that has to be central to our approach. And we see that as a real enabler. Co-creation is a real enabler of future effective scaling with government. So that's my first principle. The second principle I want to talk about is planning for scale from the very start. If we do this properly, we know we are much more likely to succeed. The critical element, I think, here is that financial sustainability, preparing realistic costings, doing that hard work at the beginning to determine the viability of the reform or the interventions that you're looking to build into domestic budgets. That hard work has to be done at the beginning. So cost effectiveness, affordability assessments, simulation tools, all of that has to be built into the very early part, the early discussions on designing a program to really help governments to select and plan and budget for those interventions, making sure they can be affordably scaled and sustained. But doing this work, working and planning for scale is really hard. It's a messy situation. There's lots of different interests and incentives at play, and they can really undermine even the very best designed interventions. So all of those barriers, the technical barriers, the political barriers, they have to be understood and addressed if we want to try and ensure scalability. And understanding government priorities and government's incentives and enlisting government staff to engage in the process is so important. And it has to be done at all levels, not just the national level, but at the local level, and making sure roles and responsibilities are aligned around those shared goals for the reform. So this brings me to my third principle, which is the importance of strengthening the system, and particularly what we call the middle tier. And recent research has really highlighted the importance of this middle tier for implementing reform at scale, and for strengthening particularly instructional support for teachers as well as school leaders. So we're talking here about the staff, the ministry staff who are working between the school and the national level, and they have such a critical role to play to encourage collaboration, share broker knowledge, help to scale interventions and provide that guidance on instruction at the school level. So my fourth principle is around effective coordination. We know that scaling requires a real joint effort and collaborative action by multiple actors, and it has to be it's really important to understand who needs to be involved, their roles, and how best to engage productively towards those shared goals. And donors and funding agencies such as the FCDO, we have a real responsibility to hold ourselves to account for that, ensuring our investments are evidence-based, contributing to shared goals, and also are delivered in ways that reduce transaction costs for partner governments. So my fifth and final principle is around the need to invest in robust data and evidence on scaling. We need to really ensure that that progress and setbacks on the road to scaling are well understood and interventions can be then quickly adapted. We've had a lot of investment in education research in the last 10 years, but little has really come up on large-scale scaling. So the UK government has made, we're trying to contribute to that effort of trying to increase the number of evidence-based understanding of evidence on scaling with 2 new initiatives, which I think some may have heard of already, but I wanted to just mention them here. The What Works Hub for Global Education, which is a new UK-funded global research partnership hosted by the Blavatnik School in Oxford, but involving many 30, 40 different organizations around the world. And its aims to help provide and generate evidence that governments need and place value on, and supporting them to put effective approaches into practice to sustainably scale and increase children's foundational learning. The second program I want to mention is the Scaling Program, Scaling Access and Learning in Education. It's called SCALE. This program is to provide partner governments with support to adapt evidence-based interventions in new contexts. And in the coming years, the UK will fund up to 10 test, learn, adapt pilots with partner governments to help support the scale up of successful initiatives into national systems. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Emily. I really appreciated the end you talking about some of the initiatives that FCDO is financing, which is a perfect segue into our next panelist, Ramya, who will talk about GPE and kind of the financing of some of these different approaches for improving foundational learning. So Ramya, we know that funding sustainable foundational learning programs can be a big obstacle in any country. I know in Ghana, where I live at the moment, funding to basic education, domestic financing has reduced in half in the past 5 years. And I know many other countries are facing similar challenges of where do we get the resources to fund these great ideas, these great approaches that we have for foundational learning. So I'm hoping, can you share some ideas on how countries can mobilize and coordinate resources more effectively? And, you know, for the development partners of us in the group, how can we play a role in helping to coordinate and mobilize that financing?
Thank you so much, Kristen. Thank you for the invitation to GPE to join this panel. I'm here also as a representative from the Global Coalition on Foundational Learning. And I think it's a really opportune moment to be having this conversation. You know, it's a really difficult financial environment. You mentioned the case of Ghana, but I think all of our countries are facing similar challenges. So with respect to your question, I mean, I think domestic financing is, of course, the bedrock. It makes up roughly 3/4 of total global education spending, and of course is the primary source of funding for education. So effective budgeting is therefore crucial for building a strong and equitable education sector. So when we talk about domestic resources, domestic financing, we're talking about volume, so the share of the pie, so to speak, but also issues around equity and efficiency of financing. So volume, of course, is about fiscal space and the share that we allocate to education. There are macroeconomic factors, political priorities that feed into that. But then equity is crucial because it's about ensuring that resources are allocated based on need. But then efficiency is also a cornerstone, as it's about using funds effectively, finding savings where possible. And so really it's that balance between those 3 factors that is crucial for advancing foundational learning at scale from our perspective. And as Emily alluded to, so I won't go into this too much further, but mobilizing and maximizing domestic resources is also facilitated by better coordination and better alignment, including of efforts of partners such as ourselves. And for GPE, the partner countries that we work with are essentially identifying a priority reform area and codifying those in what we call a partnership compact, which is a framework to facilitate the engagement of different stakeholders and different resources to support education. And I think it's quite notable that of the 60 plus countries that have finalized these compacts, there's a large majority of them that actually focus on foundational learning as their priority reform area. We also believe and are starting to do some more work into enhancing collaboration between ministries of education and ministries of finance, because it's a strategic investment that we have to think about as aligned with broader goals, broader economic and productivity goals. And so that joint decision-making and that interministerial dialogue piece, I think, is really key. And let me end by saying a bit about innovative financing as a key strategy to bring additional resources into this constrained environment that we're working with in the education sector. So innovative finance instruments are developed in close collaboration with ministries of education and the local education groups to ensure that they're aligned with national priorities, which again, in the case of many of our partner countries, are focused on or include foundational learning. And so our innovative finance instruments are designed to attract resources from a diverse range of partners, including foundations and philanthropies, regional banks, NGOs, as well as the private sector, in addition to the traditional donors. And what we're seeing is that there's a significantly increased interest in these types of solutions, as both governments as well as new education funders are looking to contribute meaningfully to the sector. So in the past 3 years alone, GPE's innovative finance tools have mobilized approximately 950 million for education systems across 49 partner countries, thanks to contributions from 64 different co-financiers. And the key tool that we use for innovative finance is called the GPE multiplier, which is designed to be flexible and to attract additional resources. And we can use this in different ways, such as co-financing from less traditional sources. We can incentivize debt swaps that benefit education and even lower interest rates on loans. So maybe I'll stop with just highlighting one example of an innovative finance initiative that we're working on in the case of Sierra Leone, where the government is working on a priority reform that's around delivering the foundations of learning for all. And so the country actually mobilized $25 million towards this program, notably from the Lego Foundation that is supporting pre-primary and primary instructional core, teacher training and materials. And then the Education Above All Foundation, which targets the primary education sector and focuses specifically on out-of-school children. I think time is up. I could, of course, cite additional examples, but I think it's an exciting area that we should be looking further into because scaling is really about thinking collectively about how to solve the financing challenges. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ramya. All right, finally, I'll turn to Steve on the topic of data and accountability, which I think is a topic we've heard in so many speeches so far. It was featured in FCDO's speech. It was featured in Ramya's speech. We can't understand where we are in progress without understanding that data. So from Steve, we know that data has that key role in ensuring accountability to drive continuous improvement. Can you tell us about how Malawi is strengthening the use of data to track learning outcomes and make evidence-based decisions?
Yeah, excuse me, thank you. Good to be back in Rwanda. Good morning, everyone. Privileged to work with USAID in Malawi and to be a partner of the Ministry of Education in Malawi and to be on this panel today. Just briefly, the Ministry of Education in Malawi has made significant strides delivering scaled up student assessment, especially at district level, including rolling out a common zonal test for standard 3 and 4 with support from Global Partnership and World Bank. And with support of FCDO, significant investment in lower grade numeracy. And the MOE's invested heavily in technology, including with BFET scaling up the use of tablets within classrooms. There's a lot of investment going on. And the ministry is now working with development partners to ensure that these assessment investments are aligned to deliver an overall common goal to improve learning outcomes. And I'm going to focus a bit more on early grade reading because that's what I'm working on. So, as with other countries, the ministry in Malawi has been investing in national reading assessments or their equivalent in Malawi since 2010, in addition to UNICEF-supported assessments. However, these assessments have some things in common. Overall, it's probably fair to say they have insufficient focus on sort of national and district decision makers engaging with data to drive change, the point you're making about policymakers. In terms of the middle tiers, and really limited feedback to end users. Sounds simple, doesn't it? But we assess teachers, but we don't tend to give feedback to teachers, to school leaders, to drive improved learning outcomes. So the ministry is leading a national effort to define a streamlined assessment framework. And so what are we doing? Answering your question. First thing we've done, the first thing the ministry's done with partners and in early grade reading with USAID's help is to develop an approach to national and district reading assessments using a common pool of instruments aligned to the global proficiency framework. So it's well planned, it's now been delivered. So there's been effective delivery of assessment across the country, 2024. The real focus, and that's going to continue for the next few years, the money is in place. The real focus is on what do we do with the data. So what have they planned to do? So the ministry is planning a development lab in every district. There's 34 districts in Malawi. That development lab will convene key stakeholders who themselves were involved with doing the assessments to look at their data, to look at solutions and try and drive planning to improve foundational learning. So that's in every district. We don't expect major change the first time we roll this out, but progressively over the next few years, we hope to build that ownership of the middle tier. Secondly, and really important, it's working at national level to have a national early grade reading development lab to look at the data from the national assessments and the district assessments, to look at solutions, to really focus on what is a change within our control. So we're really excited about this process, working towards, with other partners, a foundational learning roadmap to really ensure that we're setting achievable but key goals to improve early grade reading. So it's a privilege working in Malawi on this, but we've got to go a step further. What we're looking to do is to see how we can bring delivery thinking at national level, but delivery thinking at district level, delivery thinking at school level, to really look at how we can strive to improve learning outcomes with the resources we have. And with delivery thinking, that also means saying no to certain interventions. We have multiple competing activities at all levels of the system. But in order to ensure we're striving to make that change where it counts, so that learners are gaining the essential skills that enable them to become readers, we have to make some difficult decisions too. So the application of delivery thinking at national level and the middle tier is key to success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve. So if you remember, the title of this panel is about perspectives from the ground. So I want us to go back to the initial intentions of this panel and really understand and hear a little bit more from those perspectives on the ground. And so we're going to turn it back to our three directors for some concluding remarks on some challenges they faced. So I know we are running a little short on time, so I'm going to ask in advance that you give concise answers. But can you tell us about one particular challenge that you faced in scaling foundational learning? I know we have many challenges, but if you can think of one and offer any piece of advice on how you dealt with that challenge for the rest of the group here today. So I'll turn it over to Senegal first.
Comme vous l'avez souligné, nous rencontrons plusieurs défis, mais le défi que nous avons eu à rencontrer et gérer récemment, c'est le défi du choix de la langue d'enseignement avec la communauté. Parce que pour qu'une langue soit choisie comme langue de scolarisation, il faut que cette langue obéisse à certains critères d'éligibilité, faire l'objet d'une codification, avoir une recherche suffisamment pertinente avec des ouvrages, des dictionnaires, la phonétique, etc. Mais pour gérer ce défi-là, nous sommes partis au niveau terrain. On a fait une semaine de mission avec 2 communautés, les Sérères et les Balantes. Nous avons essayé de leur expliquer le bien fondé, la plus-value de l'utilisation des langues nationales pour améliorer la qualité des enseignements-apprentissages d'une part. D'autre part, revenir sur les critères d'éligibilité et leur montrer que le ministère de l'Éducation nationale est engagé à développer les outils. Parce que ce qui manque pour ces communautés, c'est avoir des outils didactiques conformes à l'approche pour permettre leur insertion dans le système éducatif sénégalais. Donc, nous avons réussi parce qu'ils ont compris et ils ont même envoyé une liste de profils de leur communauté pouvant aider à développer le matériel. C'est pour dire tout simplement, pour réussir l'apprentissage fondamental dans la mise en œuvre du modèle harmonisé d'enseignement bilingue au Sénégal, il faut une stratégie forte de communication, de sensibilisation, d'information pour avoir une acceptation et une mobilisation sociale autour de cette réforme en profondeur. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. On to Zambia, please.
Same question?
Same question. One challenge you have and any advice you have for other countries in the audience of how you dealt with that challenge.
Thank you very much. As you may be aware, Zambia introduced free education policy. Now, with the coming of free education policy, it means that we have to mop children from wherever they were, who were not in school, about 2 million. This time around, you are talking about 4 to 6 million children in schools. Therefore, it means that now the space in school becomes a challenge. I will tie this to funding. It simply means that you need funding for you to scale up the project, the program. So the challenge has been that you need a lot of money because if you have more children in class, you need to motivate the teachers. And for you to work, you need, my appeal is that you need to bring on board the cooperating partners so that they help you in terms of funds, in terms of production of teaching and learning materials, and also infrastructure development. Suffice to say, what is on the ground? GPE. GPE is helping us with the early child education program. We are running a project where we are funded, I think, to a tune of 39.0 million. GPE gave us money. And also, recently, we are given some more money to invest in foundation learning. So the issue is to work with the development partners, to work with, so that you work together, you sort out those problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Director.
Thank you. In our attempt or our quest to scale up our differentiated learning to differentiated learning plus, one major challenge we've realized is getting the stakeholders to own in order to sustain it. It is a challenge defining rules for every stakeholder to get to know that this is my role, this is what I'm supposed to do. Let us work together in collaboration in order to get there. So that is a very strong a challenge that we have come across, getting all the people getting to know what they are supposed to do, their various rules. So we need to do more of advocacy. We need to engage them more for them to know from all levels. The advice that we have is that having realized that education is the enabler, We need to invest hugely. Investment in capacity building for teachers and for leadership, because leadership is also key. Investment in technology, investment in content in terms of what we are teaching, in terms of material development, and then also getting to know that wherever we have challenges, the government is strongly coming in to also support. So countries, we have best practices in countries. Once you prioritize education, you might be able to leverage on best practices, adapt them, and then implement them in our countries, because education is the one that will support us. There is that correlation between the level of education of the citizens of country and the level of their development. So we need to prioritize education over all others so that we can develop our nations.
Thank you. So that concludes the panelist part of this discussion. Unfortunately, we're out of time to do question and answer. I will do my best to quickly wrap us up. I mean, one of the great blessings about being the first panel here today is I think this panel alone gave us a snapshot of exactly the types of things we're going to be hearing about in more detail for the rest of today and the 2 more days to come. So I asked you all in the audience to start off by, taking notes, which I'm glad to see. I saw many pens moving or fingers typing about, an approach that you're hearing about today that you can take back in your own country. And so some of the approaches I heard on stage today, right? Use of national languages, involving pre-primary, catch-up programming, the effective partnerships, leveraging technology, co-creation with government and partners, doing realistic costing at all different levels, effective budgeting, and district ownership and capacity building. So I think, and that's only a fraction of, I think, even the ones that were covered here today, but I hope amongst the group you have taken clear notes of some of these approaches. And please, because we are all together for the next few days, you now see our distinguished panelists. You can find them and ask for more details about what's happening with their organizations or within their countries. I'd like to end with some words of inspiration that we've heard from our panelists today. I think the first one that comes to mind was exactly what Ramya said about 60 plus GPE countries. Of the 60 plus GPE countries, a large majority are countries with foundational learning as their priority area of focus, which is phenomenal. I was just curious, with a show of hands, can you raise your hand if amongst your country in the audience, are you one of the countries that has prioritized foundational learning in your GPE compact? How inspiring is this? Look across. That's so many. That's great. Some other words of encouragement from our group in no particular order. We know we have to have stronger efforts to move the needle. I think that's all why we're here today and for the next few days, is to understand those efforts and where we can learn from each other. If we don't lead by example, what will others say, right? We're being held accountable for our actions and our investments in this. Success is not working alone. I think the idea of partnerships and collaboration came up in pretty much any story you heard today. And lastly, I appreciated this note from Ghana, which is again why we're all here this week, is when the foundation is strong, it supports the rest of the education architecture. Thank you all. Oh, thank you. All right, I think we're finished. Thank you. Do we do a group photo or something? Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks so much, everyone. A quick announcement. We will move quickly into our next session. The next session in this room will start in 5 minutes. And that session will be All Children Deserve to Be in School and Learn, Taking Stock of Progress to Expand Access and Strengthen Quality of Education for All. In MH4 next door, in 5 minutes, we'll begin the session, Closing the Evidence Gap, Scalable and Cost-Effective EdTech in Africa, with a focus on foundational learning. So please make your way to the next session. We have 5 minutes before we begin the next round. Thank you all. Colleagues, we will start in 2 minutes. As a reminder, this session is the inclusion session. Next door in MH4 will be the session on EdTech. If you'd like to stay for the inclusion session, please remain. If you'd like to join the EdTech session, that's in MH4 next door. We will begin in 2 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. We'll begin in 1 minute. Please have a seat. Thank you so much for your patience, especially with the badges this morning. As a reminder, if you have not yet collected your badge, at some point during the day today, please do so. This will be required for security tomorrow. We've received some questions about the location of the restrooms. As an FYI, the restrooms are down the hall this way, and there are signs that can guide you. Thank you. Okay, let's begin, please. If you are in the back of the room, please make your way to the next hall. We'd like to get started, or have a seat, please. Thank you, colleagues. We'd like to get started, please. Colleagues from Planet Swiss, could I request that we close the door, please? So that we may begin. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're going to begin. Okay. So many colleagues, so many things to discuss, so many people to meet. It's difficult. Okay, first, I'd like to just thank you all for your patience this morning with the badges. Just to inform you, we're expecting a very special guest of honor tomorrow. And for security purposes, we were requested to redo the badges with the QR codes. This is why we've had a bit of a longer line this morning than expected. But really, we'd like to thank you all for your patience with that. I'd like to let you know that the final agenda, program, and speaker bios should be uploaded on the website. And that's a quick way to see what the next sessions are. You'll also notice there are display screens outside both of these halls, and we'll have the name of the session that's ongoing inside the hall outside. That'll be a quick check for you to make sure you're in the right space. Okay, without further ado, I'll hand over to our moderator. Once again, thank you all so much for your patience. We have one final speaker making her way to the stage, and then we'll begin. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished participants in your respective capacities. My name is Lilian Mutesi. I'm an education specialist with the World Bank based in Rwanda, and I'm the coordinator of this session. The theme of this session is all children deserve to be in school and learn. This session will highlight policy frameworks and practices that have been designed to meet the needs of people with disabilities to ensure inclusive education. It will include discussions on the progress made so far in terms of access to school, access to high quality teaching and learning materials, as well as the supply side aspects of teacher education. It will feature country examples from Malawi, Rwanda, and Lesotho. With that, I would like to hand over to our moderator, Dr. Flora, to introduce herself and the panelists and kickstart the conversation. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Flora.
Thank you, Lilian. A very good morning to you all, and thank you so much for joining us. My name is Flora Mutezigaju. I work for UNICEF Rwanda, and I'm deeply honored to be moderating this panel discussion. Our panel discussion is going to focus on disability inclusion in foundation learning. We know that all children deserve to be in school and learn, but we also know that children with disabilities and children with special education needs are the most disadvantaged in terms of access, but also in terms of learning. A recent UNICEF study indicated that children with disabilities are 42% less likely to acquire foundation literacy and numerals, and they are 49% more likely to be out of primary school. So we are joined by a group of panelists from government, from academia, and from person disability organization to discuss what countries like Rwanda, Malawi, and Lesotho are doing to ensure that children with disabilities have opportunity to go to school, learn, and achieve. So I want to introduce our panelists. We have On my far right, we have Joanne Murungi. She's the head of Department of Curriculum, Teaching and Learning Resources at Rwanda Basic Education Board. And before joining REB, she was the lecturer at the University of Rwanda. She's working so tirelessly to ensure that the competence-based curriculum is effectively implemented in Rwanda. Next to her, we have Mrs. Adam Molapo, who is the director for the National Curriculum and Development Center in the Ministry of Education, Lesotho. And she worked with the Ministry of Education, Lesotho, for so many years, and she's very instrumental in the development of curriculum policy in Lesotho. Next, we have Professor Karangwa, who is a senior lecturer and founding dean of Special Needs and Inclusive Education School at the University of Rwanda College of Education. And he worked so hard to promote inclusive education in Rwanda. Next to him, we have Dr. Kanimba Donatil. She's the executive secretary of Rwanda Union of the Blind. And she worked in Rwanda for like more than 20 years. And she really worked so hard to advocate for the right of persons with disability, but especially the right to education for children with visual impairment. Then we have Dr. Rachel Firi, who is the principal secretary in the Ministry of Education, Malawi. And before appointed principal secretary, she was the senior lecturer at the University of Malawi. She also does motivational talks to students, and that is very inspiring. So it's so wonderful to have you all. And our panel discussion is going to last for 1 hour. We are going to have panel discussion for 50 minutes. Then we have open the floor for the audience question. So I want to start our discussion, and I will start with you, Dr. Kanimba. You have worked so hard in Rwanda to advocate for the right to education for children with disability and especially children with visual impairment. I want you to share your experience on how far we have gone in terms of access to education for children with disabilities in Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I have a very short time. I'll try to be fast. So I hope the people doing sign language translation, I don't know how you will catch up. Maybe you will get somebody to inform me that I'm too fast. So perhaps the best way to start it is to say the situation, the education for learners with special needs was happening 30 years ago. The Rwanda Union of the Blind was established and became operational in 1995. That is soon after the genocide against Tutsis here in Rwanda. And as we found education for learners with special needs, it was entirely in the hands of faith-based organizations, especially in the hands of the Catholic Church. And it was being carried out in institutions. So the children would be in the institutions for long periods, mostly children with physical disabilities. The blind children did not do the examedata, that is the national exam to complete primary school. It used to be called Exeter. So they did not sit this exam, and this meant that they could not continue with secondary education after primary. So after the primary school years, they would go back home, and that was the end of the road for them. With learners with hearing impairments, these ones did not have a common sign language. Each school will be having a teacher from somewhere in another country, maybe in Europe, and they will teach the sign language they use in that country, and only to the children. So when the children are out of school, it's very difficult to communicate with parents and with other people outside. Again, these ones were not considered to be people who can go to secondary school. For learners with intellectual disabilities, these ones, they were just being kept in daycare centers or some centers if the family does not want them, and no education. So you can see 30 years ago, we were at the bottom of the scale where education for learners with special needs is concerned. RUB started the advocacy to get learners with visual impairment to sit the exeter. It was not easy, but they sat and passed. We did this in collaboration with the teachers at HVP Gatagara to help us to teach the children in such a way that they can sit the national exam. Now, when that was done, no school would admit them until, very luckily, and I am very proud to say that, a gentleman sitting next to me came to our rescue. He was the head teacher of a school. It's called Groupe Scolaire do Gahini, or GS Gahini. That was the first school that admitted blind students to secondary school with no books, no learning materials. Teachers were not trained to teach blind students. So everything we had to do was to find our own way, innovate our own means to be able to get these children to be in school. Today, every year, learners with visual impairment, learners with all impairments can sit the exeter, and if they pass, we are trying very hard to make sure that they get to secondary school. Those with visual impairments now, we have 3 secondary schools that are running, which can admit learners with visual impairment. They complete their primary education and go on to secondary and go on to university. So today we do have some visually impaired graduates who are employed in different places, especially in teaching. But we are not saying that we are there yet. We are still not there because they still struggle to find textbooks. They still struggle to find the learning content that they need, because every time when something new is happening, something new is being done, people with disabilities are thought of afterwards. So when we are talking about e-content for students in secondary schools, we thought that was going to be the answer that was going to make it equal, but we suddenly discovered that it was not accessible to learners with visual impairment. The good thing now is that the government understands the need to make sure that all learners, all children learn. So when we say this thing is not accessible, then the government tries to do something to make it accessible. It's not yet accessible, but I think the one who will be talking about it will tell us what is going on. And then the other thing that we could say was a win, the fact that in 2019, we managed to get the special needs and inclusive education policy being adopted by the government. We had proposed some policies several times before, and especially one that was proposed in 2007 was used in a draft form because it took so long to adopt it. Every time we thought it would be adopted, something was not quite right. And that is because to us, it seemed as if education for learners with visual impairment is something new. But today, at least, we know that it is happening, and the government is happy to make it happen. Yeah, I think this is what I can say. I could not say very much. I could not give a lot of examples because some of the examples will, especially when you don't have textbooks, they could mean a lot, but with 2 minutes, I can't say much. Thank you.
Much, Doctor. Thank you so much. It was really good to hear the experience, and I'm sure we have time to share some experience. But you talked about Rwanda having a special needs and inclusive education policy, and I wanted to ask Dr. Rachel, what is the experience of your experience in developing the special needs and inclusive education policy and strategy in Malawi? How was the experience?
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Thank you, everyone. Indeed, Malawi, just like the experience of Rwanda, has had its challenges in the development of the policy. National inclusive education policy is being developed at the moment. It is now at an advanced stage. Just like the development of major policies, the process has been rigorous, back and forth movement. But also, as we were in the absence of that policy, we've had an inclusive education strategy from 2017 to 2021, which is now being reviewed. So this far, the implementation of inclusive education in Malawi has been very dependent on other instruments, the global and national policy frameworks that support inclusive education in line with the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Locally, we've been looking at what the Constitution of Malawi 1985, Chapter 4 provides, that is prohibiting discrimination of any form. And also Malawi Vision 2063 promotes inclusiveness in human capital development for people with disabilities. And also the National Education Sector Investment Plan, NESEP 2020 to 2030, that emphasizes on inclusive education in order to ensure that all learners with diverse needs are not marginalized. And that interest has been there by government to ensure access to education at all levels. And the inclusive education strategy, which was drawn from these instruments, 2017-2021, has really given us a direction in terms of our strategic areas to improve and also access, to improve quality and access in terms of inclusive education. However, despite these policies and instruments, access to education by learners with diverse needs at all levels has and continues to be limited. Hence, the need arose to develop this specific instrument, the National Inclusive Education Policy, aiming to be more targeted in our strategic areas, in our implementation, aiming to improve access and the participation of learners, particularly those indeed with diverse learning needs. Comprehensive consultations were made at all levels to ensure that the policy reflects the collective aspirations of all that are involved. The draft policy so far has been validated by key stakeholders and is currently at its final stages of approval. It's ready for presentation to Government's Committee for Principal Secretaries, and after this, it will be presented to Cabinet for validation. We appreciate the support that UNICEF, our partner, has been very
instrumental in this process, ensuring that this is finalized. Additionally, the process also of reviewing the inclusive education strategy is underway in order to align to the policy and guide implementation of the national inclusive education policy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rachel. It's very encouraging. So encouraging to hear what you are doing and that soon you are going to have a national policy on inclusive education. Madam Adam, the biggest challenge or the biggest barrier to running for children with disabilities most the inappropriate curriculum. Please share your journey toward development of curriculum that meets the needs of children with disability in Lesotho.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. The situation in Lesotho is such that at the strategic level, first of all, there is a specific department that is responsible for ensuring that the needs of learners with special education are being taken care of. There was since 2018 an inclusive policy that was developed, and in its implementation, it was identified or it was seen that, well, although the policy outlines the how and what of learners with special educational needs, the issue of curriculum was still a challenge. Therefore, a new policy, a curriculum policy, has been developed. This policy actually directs that the curriculum should be designed in such a way that it is inclusive in terms of content, in terms of assessment, in terms of the teaching and learning material, as well as assessment. So that policy is still very new. It is still being disseminated, but at the current moment, we are reviewing the curriculum to incorporate such. We are also, based on the direction of that policy, have realized that there is a need to come up with a curriculum that will suit different people depending on their needs. Hence, we are proposing that from the very basic level education, learners should be given an opportunity to choose a stream that best suits them. There will be the academic stream, there will be the vocational stream, there will be the technical stream. We are also, through the support of UNICEF, have developed or supported our institution of higher learning, a teacher training institution, such that it develops materials that will ensure that both in-service and out-service and serving teachers are trained on proper methods, proper approaches to teach or to address learners with special educational needs. I want to highlight that we were more inclined towards special education, but we have now moved to inclusive education in all forms. Hence, some of our schools, about 18 schools, have been identified to role model an ideal school that will be said to be an inclusive school. In terms of curricula, when you get there, you'll find that the curricula that is being operated in that school is actually meant to cater for such learners, unlike in the past where we had special schools, the school for the blind, the school for the deaf, so on and so forth. That's what we are doing. So we are also having a lot of support in providing technological devices that would ensure that learners do all have access to quality education, irrespective of their status of life or whatever the case may be. Thank you.
So much. Thank you so much. It was really good to hear what you are doing in terms of curriculum adaptation, but also providing teaching and learning materials. And this leads me to the question, the next question, which is for Mrs. Joanne. You're working with Rwanda-based Education Board as the head of curriculum, teaching and learning resources. Wanted to share your experience of what you are doing or support that you are providing to children with disabilities to ensure that they have equal access to teaching and learning resources.
Okay, thank you, Flora. I think I should say that it all begins with the policy. All the policy documents have to at least reflect that it is important to have inclusive education and to have in a slot for special needs or children with special needs. Now, if you look at how it flows in Rwanda, I think it all starts with SDG 4, and then it is reflected in the country's vision 2050, and then it flows down to the education sector strategic plan, and then it comes back to the national curriculum framework, which is where maybe I oversee. And it is stated well. It says that if we look into the curriculum, it says that the curriculum must ensure that every individual is valued. I think that's what Dr. Kanimba was talking about, how kids with special needs are always left behind. But now we underline this. It says that every individual, including those ones, is valued. And of course, there is always high expectation on every learner. So it also says that learning should be organized in such a way that all learners, including those with or without disabilities, thrive. And the curriculum must be tailored around the needs of every individual, regardless of their background. I think that sets a tone for what we really need to do. Without policy, without all these key statements, I think it would be difficult for countries to really turn into that. So from there, then we have come up with other instruments that we think would help in that regard. For instance, we have developed a curriculum for children with intellectual disabilities, such that all schools that are dealing with that at least have a document that would guide them. And of course, we tried to somehow make sure that all disabilities are included in that framework, right from the moderate to severe to profound, including autism, such that our schools and every provider that is working under that guidance has something to say. But you cannot do that without thinking of the teachers as well. We have, for our teacher training colleges, put in a course on special needs. How do you identify these children? Because if teachers will not know what to do and you have all the policies, I think it will still be difficult. So you have to make sure that all your graduates from the teacher training colleges at least understand how do you identify, how do you orient these children in the classes. So from that curriculum framework, actually it is under printing now. We hope to distribute it in the near future. So we also make some bits with partners. Of course, we do some booklets that have these key identifiers that are distributed around schools that at least show teachers what they are supposed to be doing. And of course, you have to add on training as well. So of recently, it made me to think that people are talking about textbooks, and we know that textbooks might not be easy, especially that people have specific disabilities. So how do you move from disabilities that are maybe moderate to very complex disabilities? So we somehow switched to technology to see how it works. So for the last 3 to 4 years, we have had 2 projects, one that is called Edutainment and another one on EDT, where we have tried to work around addressing some of the key challenges of these children. So we have tried to adapt the content that we have in our schools without changing anything. For instance, if it is a P1 math, how do we then add in technology to add in audio and sign language as well, such that these kids, it is one book that can be used with kids with or without disabilities. When you move out, you might see around the corner that you will see some of those books and how they look like. So we think that that one is going to somehow address some of the challenges. Of course, not all of them, but at least that is our starting point. And we have also, for the very young children, for pre-primary, I think we have worked on what we called edutainment. How do you educate and entertain? Of course, with sign language and audio again, for kids that might have those challenges. And we have piloted those books, and the results were really interesting. It is interesting to see those kids, how if you bring such products in the classroom, they will even forget school feeding. They just want to manipulate, they just want to listen, and it excites them in class. And well knowing that the context of those children, they are already having disabilities, but it doesn't mean that they are disabled. They can learn, they can be important people in future as well if they are given an opportunity. So so far, that's where we are. It has been a long project for 3 years. We have been working on them concurrently, and we have our first products on that. So we are going to see. But of course, with technology, of course, you have to be sure that you have internet, you have all those gadgets in schools, you have whether they are computers, whether they are going to be all the devices that they would need to really run those products. So yeah, so that's where we are in terms of teaching and learning resources, and we shall move further definitely to keep on looking for other opportunities to see how we can develop this. Thank you.
Much. It was so encouraging to hear that thank you. It was so encouraging to hear that children with disability have access to textbook and accessible digital textbook and other materials. Now, still on the teaching and learning materials and access to teaching and learning materials, I wanted to come back to Dr. Kanimba. Rwanda ratified the Marrakesh Treaty in 2020. What does that mean for persons with disabilities? Please briefly tell us what does this mean for children with disabilities?
Thank you very much. The Marrakesh Treaty, I can't remember the year it was adopted, but you can check if you are in Rwanda on the Minicom website. It is on the IP section, intellectual property section. So the Marrakesh Treaty is a treaty that was adopted to make it possible for learners with print disabilities for learners who are not able to read print to be able to get the published works in accessible format. This could be Braille, it could be audio, or it could be large print. Before it was adopted, it was forbidden to copy any works unless you are authorized to do so. And the authorized entities were very few. For example, the whole time that for most of the time that I was in school, in primary school, all our reading books were embossed in Britain or in the US. That is to say, we got books which are embossed by Craig Miller Park, that is in Edinburgh, Scotland, or Great Portland Street, that is by the Royal Commonwealth Society for the Blind. Now it is Royal National Institute for the Blind. That is in London. Or we got books that were donated by the Congress, the Library of Congress in the United States of America, mostly embossed by the Louisville School for the Blind, some by another organization called, what was this? Lutheran Braille Workers. So they embossed any Christian books and things like that. So very out of context for learners in Africa. By the time I was in secondary school, we managed to get some books from Alwar. This is in Siaya district in Kenya. But these ones were usually, it was not easy to get them. It was easier still to get the ones from Britain and US. So you can see it was, without the Marrakesh Treaty, learning was difficult. I taught without the Marrakesh Treaty. We knew very well that we were not supposed to be copying books, but we did because we had to. So as a teacher of history, it meant that I took all the history books, that all the textbooks that had the materials that I needed, and copied the chapters that I needed and made my own books. So like I would be having history form 1, history form 2, history like that. So that I know what materials to be using to teach. Unfortunately, I taught for 2 years after having prepared all those materials. And then I was shifted to Christian religious education and social education and ethics. So all my history materials, okay, I did not throw them away. I gave them to other teachers who needed to teach history in other schools, because I was the only blind teacher in my school. And then I had again to start the work copying the materials for Christian religious education and social education and ethics. So it was a very tough job to be a blind student. It was a very tough job to be a blind teacher. Today, with the Marrakesh Treaty, it means that governments who have signed and ratified the Marrakesh Treaty, to domesticate it, will be required to establish an authorized entity to do the accessible books production. That means they produce the books in Braille. I was going to use the word transcribe, but transcribe means writing the books into other script. And this one is, when it's accessible, books production, audio is also included, plus sign language, in fact. So we managed to press for our government to sign the Marrakesh Treaty. We started in 2016. It was not that easy. The Marrakesh Treaty was finally ratified in 2020. So you can imagine it was not that easy, because we had to convince a lot of people to support our advocacy efforts, but also to convince the government to take interest in what we are talking about. So finally, the Marrakesh Treaty has been ratified together with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. Here in Rwanda, we nickname our ministries. It is called Minicom. We managed to develop an implementation roadmap for this, for the domestication of the Marrakesh Treaty. And this one was completed in 2022. And although through the ministry, we have not been able yet to say that the ministry itself has done this or that, but that has opened the way for other partners to do something towards making books accessible to non-print readers. This one does not implicate only learners in schools. It is very important for the learners in schools and their teachers, but there will be other people who also need some reading materials which they cannot get because they are in print. So with the authorized entity in place, we can be able to get books to read from elsewhere, whether by reading them in Braille or large print or by audio. For example, here in Rwanda, partners that we have will be partners like Ibitabo Kuri Bose. Ibitabo Kuri Bose, this is Kinyarwanda, it means books for all. It is an organization funded by USAID, and they are at the moment also trying. Yes, I'll try very fast. They are trying to get books into Braille, even with drawings, which is a big step. And also other institutions like that. RUB is also partnering with WIPO. This is an organization that is in charge of intellectual property worldwide. And we have the support of the Accessible Books Consortium, training people to do Braille transcription and audio production. So I believe we are on the way to making books accessible because our government ratified the Marrakesh Treaty. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, now, Dr. Karangwa, children with disabilities cannot really run if they are not in hand of trained and competent and supported teachers. Please tell us why the School of Special Needs and Inclusive Education was established at University of Rwanda and what the role is playing in teacher training.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Flora. I belong to the University of Rwanda in the College of Education, which is a teacher training branch of the university. We have been teaching, it was launched in 1999, but the School of Inclusive Education was started in 2014, only 10 years ago. It's a bit overdue. Earlier, we had been training teachers on short courses. Possibly a dozen had been taught, trained in other countries in the neighborhood, Uganda, Kenya. And we did not have enough teachers. So far in the last 10 years, we have had, I was looking at the numbers, we have trained 751 bachelor degree holders in special education, 55 master's degree holders, and over 3,000 in-service teacher trainees in different programs. These are in different schools, including teacher TTCs. In 2018, that's when we established a program in TTC. TTCs are primary teacher training colleges, because our college only trains post-primary teachers. Yet we are aware that most of the children with disabilities and other special needs drop out at the lower stage of education. The biggest number do drop out at that stage. So I'm trying to bring out the importance of teacher trainers. So before we had the teachers in schools, the number of dropouts, the number of children with disabilities in our schools were quite much low. We saw the number rising drastically as soon as our teachers were employed in schools. In different districts do the employment of teachers differently. Some are more aggressive, others are more proactive than others. And when they are more proactive, we see the rising number, particularly in the southern province and in the central province. We see a rising number of children with disabilities from the statistics of the Ministry of Education. So teacher training is important, but I must underline also that teachers cannot do their job properly once they're not supported. The teacher needs teaching resources, needs to work in an environment which is supportive, and the need to have a curriculum which is supportive. For example, children with learning difficulties, with mental problems may require a curriculum which is not necessarily the ordinary curriculum that we use. And this was developed a little bit much later, which had been active only 2 years ago. So we hope we shall see this number of children also rising in schools. So the teacher training is important, and we cannot say we can have all the children in school once the teachers are trained to address special needs. That's our main role. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, because we are very mindful about the time. So I wanted to ask Dr. Lecho, what are the main challenge that you have in the implementation of the curriculum or the strategy of inclusive education strategy in Malawi? If you can briefly tell us the challenges and how you're addressing those challenges, maybe in 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, over the years, we've experienced challenges, but I should say that this far, there have been improvements in all the education subsectors in the area of access, equity and gender parity, thanks to our development partners, USAID, FCDO, UNICEF, the World Bank, among others, that indeed we are looking at inclusion of learners with diverse needs, though there are still challenges. The challenges, just briefly, we've had inadequate physical infrastructure to accommodate all learners and create a conducive learning environment. Limited number of specialized teachers to support learners with special educational needs in all subsector levels. For instance, basic education has an enrollment of 215,224 learners with special needs, which translates to 4% of the total primary enrollment against 778 specialist teachers. This is a huge gap to attain education for all. Limited number of resource centers is another challenge to support inclusive education. Limited domestic funding to support inclusive education, limited capacity of regular teachers just to know how best they can support special education need learners, but also inadequate specialized teachers and also even learning material that's specialized in assistive devices. That remains a challenge. And another one is high teacher turnover, especially in primary schools, for both specialists and regular teachers due to lack of incentives. So there've been a number of strategic actions informed by data and accountability. Infrastructure, there's expansion going on of education infrastructure through different government projects, through our partners. We've been lobbying support and we are getting there. The shortage of specialist teachers, we're looking at introduction of ODL programs to increase access to training of specialist teachers, introduction of tailor-made courses for them,
capacity of educators has to be increased. But also in terms of limited resource centers to support learners with special needs, government has provided resources to the construction of resource centers, an initial sum of currency 1.5 billion, which is quite huge to kickstart the project. And also we keep on lobbying Treasury to increase allocation towards implementation of the same. So there are a number of activities going on towards all those areas, and we are hopeful that the future is bright. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want to come back to you, Professor Karango. What are the challenges in teacher education? If you can briefly tell us some of the challenges that you see in teacher education in Rwanda.
Thank you. Well, I'll mention a bit of that. The challenges are certainly many. I'll mention just a few. I said the teacher training for train teachers for special needs ought to look at the range of special needs that arise among the student population, and the teacher training has to address that. Children with, when you look at the children with special need or disabilities who are in our schools, those who proceed to higher education are mainly those with visual impairment and those with physical disabilities. Those with hearing impairment, the majority drop out at a lower stage. Those with mental health problems drop out at a lower stage. Those with neurological disorder don't even complete primary education. Why? There are many reasons, and one of the reasons is because some of our teachers are not able to address that. Therefore, it is a challenge that we have to cater for as teachers, as other sectors, including the sector of education that caters for curriculum, for management of teachers, for teaching resources, for teaching all that range of support services for teachers. So the challenges are we don't have sufficient capacities to address that range. Right now, autism is coming up and other neurological disorders through advocacy by parents and other support services. And I don't think we are yet ready to that. We shall. So that's a challenge we have. We see a lot of needs, but we're not able to address it. And when we send the teachers in the schools, they're not appropriately supported to address the different ranges of disabilities in schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are very conscious about the time. We wanted to open up the floor for audience. If we will have like 2 questions from the audience. If you have a question, please raise your hand and briefly introduce yourself. And if you can also say who the question is for, that would be very good. There's a question.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Clifford Kona Jr. from Liberia, the Assistant Minister for Teacher Education. So my question goes to the Prof. Yes, of course, you cannot run a program without the support from the community. You give some challenges ranging from the type of special needs. So I want to know how cooperative have been the community in terms of accepting your dream.
Thank you. Dr. Kedres Triagenda. I'm the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education and Sports from Uganda. Thank you very much for these efforts. The same efforts are there at home in Uganda for developing these policies for special needs and inclusivity. I wanted to find out from those who say they were developing either policies or have developed them, how you are taking care of the specially gifted children in terms of caring for them in these usually mixed up capacities in our schools. How do you take care of them in the policy? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the first question was Professor Karangwa. If you can maybe take like 1 minute to respond to the question, then Dr. Rachel will also respond to the second question.
I'm afraid I didn't get the question properly. If someone could summarize it for me. Flora, why you busy?
So I will rephrase my questions and I also modify it. My concern has to do with what kind of support did you get from the community, the environment when you brought up this dream? One, further again, we know that there's always a political will whenever we introduce new program in our country. Did you experience any political will? If yes, how did you overcome that? Thank you.
The support from the community?
Yes, the first question is like the university. I understand the university has community outreach activity. How do you support community as a university?
Well, that's you remember the university has 3 roles, main roles. Academic, teaching and learning, then research and community outreach. So we have been doing a lot of community outreach. One of these has been mentioned by my colleague, Dr. Kanimba. One of the things we had been doing even before the school was established is to make sure the students with disabilities access the university, come to the university. Our students with disabilities were able to come to our university only in 2008. In your countries, possibly it was much earlier. In Uganda, I'm sure it was, I think it was 1962, when the first blind students were able to access Makerere University and Nairobi University. So it was our role in collaboration with some of the advocacy groups. And we also work with the community in the communities. And the in-service courses that we are giving to teachers was part of our outreach programs. So I can't elaborate the outreach program that we have been conducting for the last 24 years I've been in the university. It was mainly in the area of special needs and support to disability area. Thank you.
The second question was Dr. Rachel around the support to gifted and talented children.
Thank you so much. Indeed, that has been one of the major issues that we were questioned, particularly when we were developing the policy. How are we dealing with those? Because more like a new phenomenon for us to tackle. Indeed, the question is, we're still at the reflection stage, how best. Age appropriateness, grade appropriateness in terms of placement. That's been a major point of discussion, and that is underway, and we're sure that appropriate attention will be given as we are also consulting various stakeholders on how best to approach it. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much. And we are going to close, and I want to ask one question for each panelist, and please take less than 1 minute to respond to that question. And I will start with Dr. Rachel. How do you see the future for children with disability? What is it that you see that maybe after 5 years you are going to be discussing, like what the future hold for children with disability?
Thank you so much. we are very hopeful because when we're talking about 5 years from now, various legal frameworks that are there, where we are looking at all these that are characterized by talking about self-reliance, inclusivity, and prosperity. For example, the Malawi Agenda 2063, the realization of that vision that we are relying fundamentally on the transformative capacity of the education sector. And that is hinging on inclusive education. Achieving this vision, ongoing efforts that enhance transformative power of education, as outlined in all these, that we really need to be committed to include everyone. So the ministry has developed several instruments, but while addressing all those, we are looking at that inclusivity. And in the next 5 years, our objective is to move beyond just foundational challenges in inclusive education. We want to be celebrating a fully inclusive system where foundation learning and learning in general is universal. So we are hopeful for an equitable system of education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And what is the future of children with disability in Lesotho? Madam Adam.
Thank you so much. We need to ensure that accessibility in all classrooms is taken care of throughout all the schools, not just special schools. We should also focus more on teacher training to ensure that teachers are fully trained on issues of special education so that identification of learners is appropriate to avoid cases where a learner is being misdiagnosed, and to strengthen also on the issues of collaboration with partners, collaborations with all stakeholders. Thank you.
About you, Joanne. How do you see the future of children?
Okay, for me, I think I see inclusive classes where we don't have to divide. Yeah, I see children studying together using possibly the same teaching materials, because there will be having more technology in them. And perhaps we should start even looking at addressing it. How are they able to pass in the class? So I don't see a future where we are still closing kids back in the villages and wherever. Every child must come to school, and if all the resources are there and everyone understands, then the future for them is great. Thank you.
Dr. Kanimba, what is one takeaway that you want the audience to remember as a result of this conversation?
The takeaway that I would like those present to remember is that all children must learn. They must be able to go to school and they must learn. And this means that if we are having them in mainstream schools, then when the school inspectors are going around, they should be able to see the individual education plan for children with special needs in education to make sure that these children will learn. Also, the ministry in charge of social affairs and community development should take it upon itself to make sure that parents of children with special needs in education, parents of children with disabilities, understand the disabilities and know how to support the education of that child. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for the last one is for Karangwa. What is one takeaway for the audience to remember? And then we'll close.
The children with disabilities are potential human resource for a nation, including Rwanda. And we continue to lose, like any other African country in this region, to lose between 7 and 12% of the national GDP because of people with disabilities who cannot participate in developing the country, in contributing to the national welfare. It's important, therefore, to to look at those people as potential human resource and put in as much as possible to make them participate like any other citizen of our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and it was wonderful to have you all. And thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. We have just a little bit of time between this session and the next one. We'd like to invite everyone for a coffee break. Coffee break will be in the white tent just outside the doors across from this hall. So you've got just about between 5 and 7 minutes to grab some coffee. I'm sorry we're running a little bit delayed, but I do appreciate that this was a very important conversation and it's taken a little bit longer than planned. So we'd like to have you back. It's 11:26 now. Let's make sure that you are in the next room where you'd like to attend the session by 11:35, no later than 11:35, please. See you at the next session. Thanks, everyone.
Session was long. It is only. It's long. I am tired. I haven't rested enough. Oh, you said you reached at midnight. Yeah. Yeah. I came from another meeting.
Hello. Hi, everybody. We're going to start in 2 minutes. So can people please take their seats for the next panel? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We're just about to start the next session. So we'd like to invite everyone to have a seat. And if I could request Planet Swiss colleagues to please shut the door for noise, to avoid noise.
So welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us here today for this session. We measure what we value, and we value what we measure. Progress in foundational learning assessments, nationally and internationally. We are joined by a range of fantastic speakers who are innovating and leading the way to make progress on foundational learning assessments, nationally and internationally. The first half of the session today, we will hear from those innovating from within national governments to generate and use quality learning assessments. We will hear from Jean-Claude in Rwanda, Stephen Taylor, South Africa, and Professor Yara in Ghana. The second half of the session, we will hear from those working across the region and internationally to drive comparable and high-quality learning data. We will hear from Armando Ali from the PAL network, Hilaire from PASEC, and Rebecca from USAID on behalf of the Global Coalition for Foundational Learning. We are also very happy to be joined here today by Louis Crouch, who is chair of the board of UNESCO's Institute for Statistics, and he will share his reflections at the end of the session on what all these efforts mean for generating useful and comparable learning data now and going forward. So we are all here at the Flex because we want to learn from each other and collectively to drive progress towards all children across Africa, gaining the foundational skills they deserve and they need to benefit from education. In order to understand whether progress is being made and to understand what to do about it, everyone, whether teacher, minister, official, parent, or development partner, we all need to understand and answer this very basic question. Are students learning? And importantly, who is learning and who isn't learning? I'd like you to take a moment to think about a school system that you know well. Do you know the answer to this question? Do you trust the data that you have? Are you able to use that data to compare progress over time between grades in different parts of the country and different parts of the system? Will you be able to use this data to take action? Unfortunately, in many contexts, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, we're struggling to provide positive answers to those questions. And this is true at the classroom level, at the subnational level, and at the national level, and all the way to the international level. Measuring learning is essential to improve learning, but it is not easy to do it well. And as you listen to the presentations today and the different approaches that are being shared during this panel, I invite you to consider what this means for your context. When do you need to find out whether children are learning or not learning in order to make changes? How often do you need to generate learning assessment to understand if progress is being made? And how can you ensure that the data you have is of a sufficient quality that you can trust it and use it to make action? And does having more comparable, more standardized learning data over time and across our school systems help you? So the objective really is, we hope by the end of this session, you will have heard different ways that countries and organizations are leading the way to innovate and face these challenges head on, to understand better whether children are learning or not, and options for how to do this in a rigorous and cost-effective way that suits the needs in your context. So I'm going to move on to the first part of this session, where we will hear from the activities at the national level in ministries of education. We need to keep our presentations to 10 minutes each, and I will be quite strict, and you have a timekeeper in front of you. I'm going to hand over to our first speaker, Jean-Claude, Director General Examinations Department at the Rwanda National Examinations and School Inspection Authority, who will share Rwanda's journey on learning assessment, and most importantly, where they are now in the generation and use of data for foundational learning. Thank you, Jean-Claude.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As national Rwandan, I would like to welcome you in Rwanda in this wonderful journey talking about we can improve the learning outcomes, especially talking about foundational learning. We will be next presentation, a slide, please. In my short presentation, we'll be talking about NESA, which is actually the national organization in charge of national examinations and assessments and school inspection. We do have data in our organization, which may help to support to inform every stakeholder in education. I'll be talking about our journey toward the data about in student learning, and I'll be talking about CAMIS. It's a platform that we have to manage the assessments, and I'll be talking about our future plans, even our participation in PISA, that the journey that we have already started. Next slide, please. Next slide. In Rwanda, before 2000, we have been dealing with assessments, mainly focusing on the national examinations. And the national examinations were assessing only end of primary, the end of lower secondary, and end of upper secondary, which is the senior 6 or grade 12. Those assessments were done like we have found that it's done too late. It was too late because waiting for 6 years to know about the learning outcomes and the picture of our education system, and in order to align with the MDGs, the Education for All, Rwanda have created the policy 9-year basic education and the 12-year basic education. And we have approached different partners to including DFID or FCDO later, and the World Bank, the USAID, the UNICEF, Save the Children, having different approaches and think how we can dig deep and look at how we can assess our learners and to make interventions regarding to the foundational learning. From there, we have reached out to some tools like IDELA in pre-primary. We went to EGRA, being able to administer EGRA, EGMA, LEGRA, and later we have developed our own tool, the LARS, which is Learning Achievement in Rwandan Schools. It's a local tool to assess the learning outcomes in lower primary and upper primary and lower secondary. We are now in the way of aligning our learning outcomes, our LARS, to the global proficiency in order to be able to report on the SDG 4 to improve the global learning. As you can see on the slide, we have, starting from 2018, we have aligned our education by creating the assessment benchmarks and by creating the LEGRA, which is for Kinyarwanda. Next slide, please. Before, you can see 3 pictures on this slide. There is a handwritten picture where we had to record marks using just paper and pen. And later we moved to use Excel, like to collect data, which was a kind of, teachers were not really happy with this, and to correct the information. And later we moved to another platform, which is CAMIS, the Comprehensive Assessment, MIS. Starting from 2019, we had a policy to measure the learning outcomes to assess all learners, especially at the end of every year, every third term, all the students in Rwanda take the same exam from P1, grade 1, up to senior 6, grade 12. Our institution, we do prepare that assessment, and using this, the lower picture, using this platform, we can collect individual student performance. And this is the 3rd year that we are implementing this, using this CAMIS, and we can track and generate reports as well. Next slide, please. The journey that we had back 2018 by working on EGRA, and early grade reading assessment. And later in back 2019, we moved to look at, because it was in English, and how can we improve our literacy in Kinyarwanda? And we created some benchmarks, and we tested, we have piloted the local EGRA. And in 2020, we continued with the improving those benchmarks up to 2022, where the final guidelines on this assessment were out. And thanks to all the DPs cited previously, especially the USAID, which helped us to harmonize our assessment, especially for the Kinyarwanda. Next slide. Talking about this LEGRA, for early grade reading, we were focusing, and we are focusing that all learners get right to education and to assessment as well. So the picture, the above, it's that kids is like have some disability. It's a blind children, and we do assess the children. The child was taking LEGRA assessment, that for Kinyarwanda, and we support teachers to in their classrooms, and we support her teachers to get and parents to get reports, and we do support also all stakeholders, like at district level, at the sector level, at national level, to get data to use either for improving at classroom level, community level, or at national level, even to policymakers. Next slide, please. This is an example on this slide. It's an example of the Kinyarwanda reading benchmarks. We have highlighted four different learning areas, and those learning areas, each term we have its own benchmark. For the next step, we are developing more CAMIS to strengthen it, to be everyone to be able to do it. And lastly, next slide. The next, please. We are moving to PISA. We have started PISA journey. We have conducted the field trial, and we are moving. Next year, we will have the main survey, and we have also will be conducting the assessment for minimum proficiency levels, AMPO, to be able to report perfectly the SDG4. And also we have improved, we are in the process of improving our LARS, which is local learning achievement in Rwandan schools. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your journey with us, Jean-Claude. Impressive, I think, the amount of work going on in Rwanda to generate comparable learning. A lot to do, including next year. I want to introduce the next speaker, Stephen Taylor, Director for Research, Monitoring and Evaluation at the Department for Basic Education in South Africa. Stephen and his team lead innovative work on benchmarks to generate comparable and useful learning data, to really understand which reforms are delivering for children and where changes are needed. Over to you, Stephen.
Good morning, everyone. It's a bit quiet. Okay, let's try and warm things up. All right, so the topic for today's panel is we measure what we value. Now, I think there is a danger in education planning of maybe overly valuing or only valuing those things which we regularly measure or which are easy to measure, or of undervaluing things which are hard to measure. That is a danger we need to be aware of. But at the same time, I think if certain things are really valuable and really important, but they're hard to measure, we need to do a lot of hard work to develop better ways of measuring those things. And that's what I'm going to be presenting on today. Next slide. So I think one of the reasons why foundational literacy and numeracy is sometimes not valued enough is because it is hard to measure. In South Africa, we value matric pass rates. That's the secondary school leaving exam. It's a very highly valued measure of learning. It's a very highly valued outcome because it is a qualification which matters for labor market success and for further education. But earlier measures of learning is also really important. It's actually very predictive of how well you do by the time you end secondary school. One of the things we participate in South Africa are the international assessments like TIMSS and PIRLS and SACMEC. Now, these bring us quite a bit of heat, I must admit. We don't do very well usually. We have been improving. We actually were recognized in a recent McKinsey report as one of a few sustained and outsized improvers amongst countries in education. But despite our improvements on those measures, and I'm showing them in a graph up there, we get a lot of heat for our performance. We perform relatively poorly on things like reading comprehension in the PIRLS assessment. But I want to argue that underneath all the heat is actually an iceberg. And I'll explain what I mean in the next slides. Let's keep going. And one more click. Another one, please. So what PIRLS measures, and we find in PIRLS about 80% of our children reach grade 4 without reading for meaning in their home language. And that's obviously problematic. But what PIRLS measures is various levels of reading comprehension. The low international benchmark score of 400 is what you get if you've managed to master focusing on and retrieving explicitly stated information. There are higher levels of comprehension associated with scores above 625 around evaluating and interpreting text. But in South Africa, our average score is 288. So a long, long way away from being able to retrieve explicitly stated information. And the point here is that PIRLS measures reading comprehension, which is really the tip of the iceberg, because underneath the tip of the iceberg, if we go to the next slide, is a whole range of earlier reading skills that build towards reading comprehension. And the reading people know this very well. It starts with a range of components like phonemic awareness, letter sound recognition, morphological awareness, something that we're becoming increasingly aware of in South Africa is important. And these things lead to things like word reading and oral reading fluency. And it's really only when learners reach automaticity in these types of decoding that they free up working memory to read with comprehension and to engage with the meaning of text. And so what we've recognized in South Africa is that this outcome that we see in PIRLS, which is really troubling, is building on earlier literacy and reading foundations. And we need to measure those things and communicate those things in an accessible way to teachers, to parents, to policymakers, so that we don't only wait for PIRLS every 5 years at the comprehension level, but we start getting right the foundational learning skills that we need to be doing to build towards reading comprehension. So if we go to the next slide, we've developed reading benchmarks in all our African languages through working with linguists, but also data analysts to analyze large data sets of learner assessments on the early grade reading assessment type of assessments, where we've looked at things like the relationship between oral reading fluency and written comprehension scores. What the graph on the right there shows is that there's a really strong relationship between the oral reading fluency of children in grade 4 and those same children's comprehension scores in grade 7. So how they were doing in grade 4 on a foundational skill like reading fluency was strongly predictive of their reading comprehension a few years later. So we're making the point empirically that these foundational skills really matter for this important outcome of reading with comprehension. If we go to the next slide, This shows more of the analysis that we've done, where we've looked at each line there is a language in a particular grade. And there seems to be a consistent relationship between fluency and comprehension. The relationship is initially very strong, but then it starts to flatten out. So the point is not that we need our children to become really fast readers. The point is that they need to not be really slow readers. They need to get to a particular point of fluency where they can now start to focus on reading comprehension, and thereafter, further improvements in speed are not very strongly associated with further improvements of comprehension. But this was the basic logic that we used to identify what is the benchmark in terms of an earlier skill like reading fluency that needs to be attained in order to be on track to be reaching the later outcome of reading with comprehension. And what was really important was the insight that in each language, that benchmark will be different because of the structural features of each language. So looking at the next slide, we've got a range of different language families in South Africa. Some have conjunctive orthographies, some have disjunctive orthographies, and that really matters for how many words per minute, for instance, children need to be reading in order to be reading with comprehension later on. The next slide shows an example with a sentence repeated in 3 different languages. The point is that in the Sepedi language, the sentence takes 33 words. On the other hand, in the isiZulu language, the same sentence takes just 10 words. So reading benchmarks will need to be very different across each of our languages. They certainly couldn't be just drawn from English, for example, but even within the different African languages, there needed to be sensitivity. After a lot of work with linguists and data analysts, we developed these benchmarks. The next slide shows, for instance, the very simple benchmark. So a lot of data analysis, a lot of work went into this, but in the end, we settled on some simple benchmarks to communicate with the system. We said that by the end of grade 1 for the Nguni languages, we needed 40 letter sounds recognized in a minute to be on track. By the end of grade 2, 20 words correct per minute, and by the end of grade 3, 35 words correct per minute. That was important to be on track towards reading with comprehension. Next slide shows the same thing for the Sesotho Setswana languages. You'll notice that the benchmarks are different because of the different characteristics of those languages. Next slide shows the same thing for English as a first additional language. The following slide then shows how we're thinking of using these benchmarks in the system at a national level to monitor progress. Now, how many children in each language are reaching these different benchmarks? There are ways in which we're trying to encourage schools and teachers to use it in the classroom as well. In conclusion, we've done a lot of work for about the last 6 years in developing these benchmarks for each language. We think that this approach could be followed in other countries on the continent, and we'd certainly be eager to be involved in any of that, sharing some of our lessons, because it's a lot of technical work. We'd love to be involved in that. Louise asked us beforehand to give one lesson that we've learned through this process. And the lesson that I think I would highlight is that you need a range of different skill sets and expertise working together to develop these kinds of assessments. You need linguists, you need people who are assessment experts, you need people who can do the data analysis, and you need people who can do IT. A lot of this data got collected using computer tests on tablets. So there's quite a lot of different things that go into this, even just managing a fieldwork exercise. And then you probably need one person who understands enough of all of it to keep everyone on course so that no one gets kind of derailed with their things. Linguists, for instance, are really important to this, but they might lose sight of the overall purpose and get distracted by a whole lot of details left to themselves. So you need the different expertise working together, coordinated by at least one person or one group of people who sort of understand how it all fits together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. It's so exciting to hear the examples of the South African government using learning assessment to track impact. and to also see this incredible work you're doing on benchmarking between different languages. I agree with you. I think this is something that many of the participants in this room today will want to hear and learn more about. So please do connect with Stephen whilst he's here at the conference. I'd now like to introduce the next speaker. We're going to move to the Q&A shortly, but before we do, I would like to invite Professor Yara, the Director General National Council for Curriculum Assessment. Ghana are on track to be the first country in Africa to use their own national assessment to report on SDG indicators 4.1.1. Over to you, Professor Yara.
Co-panelists, distinguished participants, I bring you warm greetings from the gateway to Africa, Ghana, precisely Accra. The theme for this conversation is actually to look at what we value, what we measure. So my first question I ask myself is, what is measurement? So we say that measurement is basically assignment of values, scores, to attributes, characteristics, features, in such a manner that the values, the scores, the numbers depicts the amount of the characteristics we expect in an individual. So what is the characteristics we are looking for now? It is foundational learning. And foundational learning in Ghana, we believe that it is the fulcrum on which future success in education revolves. Indeed, it is crucial and must be measured continuously. We still believe that for a learner to acquire the 21st century skills, he must first of all acquire the foundational learning skills. So if he must be a literate, he must acquire foundational learning skills. If he must be a numeracy expert, he must acquire the foundational learning skills. Talking about scientific reasoning, creativity, critical thinking, and collaborative, among others. So in Ghana, for us to be successful in our way of making the learner more of relevant in society, we have instituted what we call the National Standardized Test. In fact, we don't want to leave these to the teacher alone in the classroom. So we have instituted the National Standardized Test. And the National Standardized Test is a test that harmonizes the assessment of foundational learning across the country. And it is very uniform and is done across the country for over 500,000 learners in different levels of education in our primary, or what we call the basic school. So the National Standardized Test basically track progress on the quality of teaching and learning and good practices in primary schools in Ghana. So we expect that every time, occasionally, we go and check whether learning is taking place. So the National Standard Test takes place every other year. So a learner is expected to take this test at P2, which we can call grade 2. The learner is expected to take this test at P4, again at P6, and we expect the learner to take this test also at JHS 2. Now, it provides essential data on literacy and numeracy skills among primary school learners. Next slide. So basically, our focus is to achieve the SDG 4.1.1. So we expect young children, the boys and the girls, to be in school in between grade 2 to 3. So at the end of the primary school curriculum, and also at the end of the junior high school curriculum, we really want to determine the minimum proficiency at all these levels in terms of reading and numeracy. So the National Standardized Test basically is a longitudinal test that seeks to generate data across these levels. So we collect the data at P2. As it is now, it is more of a diagnostic tool that we use to determine what is happening to the learner at each level of education. So the understanding is that when we collect the data at P2, between P2 to P3, we expect that some form of intervention should come. So P4, another test will be conducted on the learner to see whether improvement has been chopped. So within P3, we expect a lot of intervention. We want to identify the weaknesses of the learner and how to provide support for the learner to overcome these weaknesses. And those with some strength, how do we strengthen the strength of these learners? So P4, if we are not able to achieve what we expect the learner to achieve, we then move on to P5, where we provide another support for the learner. And P6, the learner is expected to take a new standardized test. So it goes on and on till the learner exits what we call the basic education. So the test is monitored, it's more of an individual test, and which measures numeracy and literacy across these grade levels. And again, additionally, the NST is used to generate data on the number of learners at the grade level. And it also gauges the proficiency that the learner has achieved within each grade level. Yeah, so before 2024, we normally measure the NST, the National Standardized Test, on the National Proficiency Learning Assessment Framework, which maps the performance to curriculum and proficiency levels based on the national standard. Yeah. So our curriculum has some national standard, and we measure the NXT based on this standard. So in order to align the NST to the SDG Goal 4.1.1, we receive support from the Australian Council for Educational Research. So they do policy linking to enable proficiency reporting on learners. So they also determine how learners are achieving the objectives of the national curriculum, as well as the UNESCO Institute of Statistics to meet our international standards. So basically, initially we were using the classical test theory, but when the SA came, we have introduced the item response theory in our national standard test. So the UNESCO Institute of Statistical Services require each NST test to include 20 items aligned to the global proficiency framework, which now we have done. And as we speak, we collected data on the schools. That's the P4 data. We have collected the P6 data. We apart from the items that are anchored on the UNESCO Institute of Statistical Services, that is the, how do you call it? The SDG Goal 4. SDG Goal 4, we also have anchor item that linked our assessment to the national standards. So the domain content, we have the reading, we have 20 items, that is the Global Proficiency Framework reading. We're expecting 10 reading comprehension items. We also expect 10 additional reading items. So linking it up, we have the P4 also. We have 10 items assessing number and operations, 10 items from any domain on number and operations. We proceeded to zero down to our anchor items. Anchor items are basically items that were not properly answered during the baseline survey. So what we call the baseline is that the P2 serves as a baseline for P4, and P4 also serves as a baseline baseline for P6. So currently, we have achieved a proficiency level, a minimum proficiency level of 50% in 2021. This has increased to 51.31% in 2022 in English language. And then in mathematics, we have achieved 38% in mathematics in 2021. And this has increased currently to 49.19%. And in few weeks to come, we'll release the 2024 data on the national standards test to determine the current proficiency of the learners across the levels. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yaroa. As FCDO, we're really delighted to support your efforts to have this comparable learning data in Ghana. And we wish you all the best with finalizing the process over the next few months. We now have 15 minutes, well, 10 perhaps, 10 minutes for Q&A before we move to our final set of presentations, which will focus more on regional and international perspectives. So I would like to invite the audience to ask questions of our first three panelists from Rwanda, South Africa, and Ghana. I'm hoping that there are some microphones from the ushers. I can see someone, yeah, there are two people at the back with microphones. So if you have a question, please could you raise your hand? And when you start, please introduce yourself. And if you can, keep your question a bit short, and then I will direct the question to the relevant panelist. Maybe we'll take 3 questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Alison Grimsley. I'm from the World Bank, a senior education specialist. I had a question, perhaps for the colleague from South Africa, but others if they have a response as well. I think it's an important point that you said in the name of the session, right? We value what we measure what we value. And we're talking about literacy, right? So it's reading and writing. And writing, I think, often gets sort of left behind in the equation, but it's one of the main things we want to see, right? Skilled writers that come out as well. It's also historically difficult to measure and to do writing assessments. So I wanted to pose the question if there had been some thought around this issue of writing as well as you support the government to do better assessments for literacy. Thank you.
Okay, great question. Can we take this lady at the front here? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for the interesting presentations. My name is Maureen Kitumetsi Mudiba from the Department of Basic Education in South Africa. So my question is for the panelist from Ghana. And I just want to check with these assessments that focus on literacy and numeracy. Are you testing all of the languages of learning and teaching, firstly? And secondly, did you as a country, Ghana, did you experience any sort of resistance or pushbacks from the teacher unions, one of which, you know, in the country where I come from, there's always a complaint about, or a concern rather, about over-assessing learners. And, you know, what are some of the logistical challenges of actually conducting and administering these assessments? Thank you very much.
Great set of questions for the Ghana colleague. And then I can see, sorry, I'm being blinded by the lights a little. I can see, yes, this lady here was first, and then we can, maybe we can take 4. Do you want to go ahead, please?
Hi, my name is Christine Harris-Van-Kuren. I'm with Salt Analytics, and my question is for Stephen. Stephen, I was really struck by the comparison that you gave with the 2 sentences. And I was wondering, not just from a cost and finance perspective, in terms of, are some languages just more expensive to teach? Do they take longer? And not only that, but then does that mean it has wider implications for the education system? And it doesn't mean that it shouldn't be done. It just means so governments can allocate properly.
Let's take the 4th question here as well, and we'll group them together.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you, the panelists. Mine is a really short one. When you do that kind of assessment to get the national averages of how things are working, do you take note of specific schools that are struggling? If you do, how are they helped? How are they helped to make sure that next time they are able to have their competencies raised?
Excellent. Sorry, you were which organization? The Ministry of Education?
Sorry. I'm Dr. Kedres Riagenda, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education and Sports from Uganda.
Uganda, brilliant. So I'm going to ask the Rwandan to answer that one, I think. So shall we start with you, Stephen? You have 2 questions there. I hope you took note of them. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Some good questions that I'll need to think about. Firstly, on writing and written assessment. I think we found that the kind of typical way of administering a written test to children is maybe inappropriate in the earliest grades because of the low levels of reading. So a written comprehension test is maybe more appropriate from grades 3 at the earliest, grades 3 or 4 in our context at least. But to your point about, do we still measure writing in some way earlier on? I think we do have, in some of our assessments, we do have some of that, like maybe completing a word or completing a sentence or writing just one word. But I suspect it's still an area that actually could do with some more item development because you're right, it's a really important part of foundational literacy. And I think sometimes when we talk about reading, maybe one can forget that it's not just reading, it's reading and writing, and there's a range of skills linked to that as well. So I think it is a good point. Then the question about are any of our languages more expensive or harder to teach in and through? I'm not sure that there's any that the languages themselves are sort of innately harder to teach or more expensive to teach, but there may be some need for resource development in some of our languages. So developing enough stories, enough learning support materials in some of the languages may be needed, but I don't think that means that those languages are sort of naturally harder to teach or naturally require more work to be done. It's maybe just that they've been neglected to some extent historically. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. So I'm now going to ask Professor Yarwa to answer the question around, well, there were several questions there. I hope you took note of them. There was a question around the focus on literacy and numeracy, whether there's pushback from teacher unions, and the logistical challenges of conducting assessments.
Yes, so thank you. Yes, for numeracy and literacy, it depends on the level. Well, we are assessing P2. We use the EGRA and EGMA, and then they are mostly in different language when we talk about literacy at the P2 level. So in Ghana, the language of instruction at the lower level is actually the mother tongue, where English is a subject to be taught at that level. So which usher the learner into an English language of instruction at P4. So once a learner comes to school, we expect the instruction should be in the mother tongue. So at that level, it's assessed in the mother tongue. But when you get to P4, the language of instruction becomes English language. So assessing literacy at that level automatically is English. Then the numeracy also comes in English. Yes, so that is what we do there. So the test items are crafted to really look at the comprehension aspect and other constructs that we demand at that level. Now, coming to resistance from teacher unions. As for teacher unions, they are our friends. So we engage them that we need a national data for policy and also for decision to be made. In fact, for logistic issues also, we need the national data for critical decisions to be made. For example, we are thinking of providing intervention. If we don't have the data, how do we provide intervention to support these learners at different levels? So they understand that we need the data. So what we have done is that we have instituted professional learning communities in this course, professional learning community in this course. So where a school is having a challenge, we use the professional learning community to really bring them to speed with whatever we want to do. So we are in one with the teacher unions to be able to deliver on our mandate. So they are our friends, very good friends of ours. We always engage them. And if they go ahead to do most of the advocacy works for us to assess these learners and then take the data for decision to be made. Yes, talking about logistics, yes. Initially, when we started with the national standardized test, there are logistical challenges. But now we appreciate the effort of the World Bank and the FCDOs who are now helping us to conduct these national standardized tests across the country. So we had the challenge, but we are no more having it because we have a full support of the World Bank and FCDOs, yes. Maybe specific schools having issues. Okay, yes. So yeah, indeed, some specific schools have issues. So when we do the assessment, we report to the schools. And in reporting to the schools, we report on specific weaknesses of the school. Now, the mindset will be that the learner may not be the one having the problem. It could be the teacher. When we talk about algebra, maybe numeracy, the learner may not have the problem, but the teacher teaching may not have the competency in algebra. So we report on the specific schools and even on the specific learner, and the weaknesses are identified. So going forward, we have also established communities of excellence in these schools. So we expect that the other stakeholders, including parents, should be part of it because training the child at that level is both home support and also the school support. So we have the Committee of Excellence, which bring chiefs and opinion leaders, including parents, together in the school, and then they discuss these results. They discuss these results and then see what kind of support that will be provided to the schools. And we intend even coming out with another intervention assessment procedure where a teacher at any of the schools could pull up that assessment document as he provides intervention and find out how the learner is progressing at each level. So these are all the things that we are doing in Ghana. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Yara. I would like to invite Jean-Claude, whether you would like to also reflect on the question from the Permanent Undersecretary from Uganda about how do we use this data to focus on low-performing schools and taking action.
Yeah, thank you very much. In Rwanda, we have two types of data we do collect and to be able to use at school level, even at national level. The assessments like EGRA, EGMA, those are enlarged, those are sample-based assessments, and they are not applied to all schools, but the reports from those assessments are disseminated to all schools, and schools can take action. But at the end of every year, we have the end of term 3 assessment, which is done by all students in all schools. And the data from that, it's like LEGRA, it's an example of those assessments for Kinyarwanda reading assessment. The outcomes from the assessment are used at school level and can help parents to take some actions, even going to remedial actions, take remedial actions on the side of teacher together with the parents, and also to inform the policymakers, maybe to take some additional strategies to improve the learning outcomes in our schools. Thank you.
Hi. Looking at the time, I'm going to suggest that we conclude this Q&A and move on to the second session for this panel, where we will look more at regional and international efforts. So I'm delighted now to introduce Armando Ali, the CEO for PAL Network, which is working in many countries to generate learning data at the household level and working hard to ensure that this data is comparable and linked to SDG 4. Over to you, Armando.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the invitation and greetings to the panelists. I will start quoting also one of the questions that Emily introduced when she was introducing this panel. and the reason why we are having this panel. And she said, our children learning. This is the question that we started asking some 20 years ago when the movement of citizen-led assessment started in India. As an ordinary movement made of citizens who were interested to understand if our children are learning. And that's what brought us as the PAL network today. So some of you, I don't know if the presentation is there, but some of you may know the PAL network. Others may not know, but we are a movement of 17 organizations spread over 15 different countries with the interest to improve foundational learning through assessment of the foundations of reading and numeracy, essentially. And what we are to share today is our upcoming assessment called ICANN and ICARE. And ICANN stands for the International Common Assessment of Numeracy, and the ICARE stands for the International Common Assessment of Reading. Both of them designed to respond to the issues that we are discussing here today. Maybe just to clarify one small detail, when we started asking this question, are our children learning? There were no SDGs. It was an organic movement. And even in the years 2010, when this movement came to West Africa, East Africa with the WESOs, there were no global proficiency frameworks. It was, again, an effort to bring people together to see how better we can assess the outcomes of learning and not just focus on access to school. So next slide, please. For some of you who already know the citizen-led assessment process, can you go a slide? Yes, this one. For those of you who know the citizen-led assessment, this is the typical picture of what happens. And this simplifies the main features of the citizen-led assessment. And ICANN and ICARE, they follow exactly the same principles. So different from other assessments, we conduct our assessments focusing on the foundations of reading and the numeracy. And those competencies of reading and numeracy are usually mapped to the competencies that many of the curriculums designed for children who conclude grade 2 or 3. And the reason why we focus on this is because we believe that in order for children to learn better, they need to have these foundations. We conduct our assessments at the household, not in schools, because we believe that there are many children who are not in schools. And there are evidence that shows that in this part of the world, 2 out of 10 children are out of school. And they also have the same right of education as other children. We conduct our assessment orally, one-on-one, because we cannot assume that giving a pen and paper to a child, she or he will be able to read the test, understand, and respond to the test. And there's a fourth element here. We conduct the assessment using citizen volunteers trained adequately to conduct the assessment for 2 reasons. One, for themselves to understand what is the situation of learning in their communities. And 2, to allow them to start the conversation with parents and the local authorities about what needs to be done to improve learning. So in the next slide, we are also sharing that although this assessment is done at the household, we put in place all the necessary measures to ensure safeguarding and to ensure that the assessment is done in a way that respects the child and respects also the results of the process. This comes most of the times as a concern because we are going to the households with volunteers, but we do take specific measures, especially focusing on safeguarding, starting by selecting partners that are trusted at the local level and that have a good track record from local governments. We also conduct background checks to all volunteers who are involved in the process. And we also provide the comprehensive training on safeguarding, apart from training on how to assess children. So all these measures are put in place to ensure that the assessment is done in a good way and in respect to the rights of the children. Just as an overview of what we are planning to do with ICANN and ICARE, we are planning to conduct this assessment, hopefully, in 15 countries. We will show the countries later, targeting children from 5 to 16 years old. And we will be using the ICANN and ICARE tool that I will also go much deeper later. Apart from the assessment of reading and the numeracy, this time around, we are including also 3 new modules specifically designed to increase our inclusion in the assessment. And those 3 modules are assessment in education in emergency spaces, assessment of children with disabilities, specifically with a visual and hearing impairment, and assessment of socio-emotional learning. I was told that I have only 3 minutes, so the next slide, I will share essentially the main domains in reading and the numeracy that are covered by the ICANN and ICARE assessment. So for the ICANN assessment, this assessment was developed in 2019 and is also mapped to Global Proficiency Framework. And it will assess essentially 5 domains. It will assess number and operations. And this one is essentially to see if children can master numbers and if they can do the 4 basic operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. It also assesses data display to understand the way they can understand figures like calendars or read the time. And it also includes assessment of shape, measurement, and patterns. The reading assessment covers essentially 3 domains. The first one is oral language comprehension, to see if a child can listen to a question and respond accordingly. The second domain is on decoding, to see if children can read letters, words, paragraphs, or stories. And the third and the last component is comprehension, reading comprehension, essential to see if a child can read a small story and respond to questions related to that story. And as I said, the 3 other new components will be added as pilots in this exercise. Maybe we can go to the next slide. One more. Apart from the assessment of reading and numeracy, we also we have a questionnaire that collects data from the household and the school where children are attending, just to understand the conditions that are behind the levels of learning of our children. And this is the map that shows the countries in which we are planning to conduct the next assessment in 2025. We hope that we will manage to cover all of them, and we are making progress, I think, to reach there. Finally, what we're expecting to produce with this, one slide more, please. Yes. What we're expecting is to, with this assessment, we're expecting to have 4 different products. We're expecting to have, in those participating countries, reports about the national status of education in the respective country. We are expecting also to have regional reports covering specific regions as part of the PAL network family. I mean, East Africa region, West Africa region, or South Asia regions, to have specific reports to those regions. And we are expecting also to produce a continental report that will include data coming from all participating countries in Africa. And finally, a global report that will present the status of education of all 15 participating countries. So this is what we are planning to produce next year to contribute with fresh, reliable, and accurate, up-to-date data on foundational learning, especially targeting realities of Global South. Thank you.
So thank you to Armando. The work of the PAL network is so important and very exciting. I think especially as it is working to include the most marginalized children who are often missed out in national assessment. Your efforts will hopefully mean that this time next year, we will have a new wave of learning data across the Global South, which will give families, communities, and us at the international level more up-to-date, reliable, and comparable data on children's learning. Thanks so much. Next, we'll move to the regional level, and we have a video presentation, which I hope the colleagues at the back have lined up, from Hilaire Hunkpadote, apologies if I've pronounced that incorrectly, who is the coordinator for PASEC, the regional assessment body for Francophone countries. This PASEC assessment currently provides one of the smoothest routes to reporting on SDG 4.1.1. So I'm hoping that we can move to the video now. Thanks. Wondering if we have an issue with this presentation. Do we have the video? Ah, is that Hilaire?
Thank you for the opportunity to take part in Flex 2024. Our agenda did not allow us to be present in Kigali, but given the importance of the different program of international is important. And in 2012, we have initiated experience to have encouraged in SACMEC, but unfortunately, it's not take place. And the exchange with Gamel meeting in UIS work, and the correspondent to take the correspondent skill for the different program. We have for this two collaborative projects, Rosetta Stone and Milo project. For the Rosetta Stone, it is the experience of teams and pearls, especially for IA to know the correspondence scale for PASEC and the teams and pearls. And another thing, PASEC have international and regional program contribute to provide country to international community to monitor the SDG. And in the national assessment, PASEC have a lot of strategy to accompany a country to do the national assessment, because between two PASEC, two regional PASEC, that the duration is 5 years, the country must take the national assessment, and PASEC accompany the national team to have this assessment, and we contribute for the capacity building to accompany this national assessment. We have an annual regional meeting for the national teams. We have a specific training in item development, in sampling, in data entry, data analysis, and data in writing reports. And we have a specific training for the profile in national team, such as the statistician, to manipulate the data, to calculate the indicator, to calculate the robust indicator. And in addition of this item, PASEC support the development national evaluation for the country who need, for example, of Niger and Comoro in progress. And we conduct the diagnostic national evaluation if the country need the help of PASEC. And as you know, we plan to develop a last PASEC before 2013 and PASEC 2028, which result is expected in 2029. And as you know, PASEC have a lot of experience for the assessment in Africa. And we expect to have a lot of countries who expect to participate in the last PASEC in 2028. Thank you very much for your attention, and I can respond in your question if you have.
So it's great to see PASEC going from strength to strength, and thanks to Hilaire for sharing that progress and the opportunities from PASEC. I want to now introduce Rebecca from USAID. We've heard about how national governments and NGOs and other regional bodies are working hard to improve learning assessments to drive progress on foundational learning. I would like to hand over to Rebecca from USAID, who will describe how development partners are working together to get behind these efforts to improve learning measurement, and how we're all committed to work together and differently to strengthen our approach. Thanks.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, everyone. My name is Rebecca Pagel. I am a medium height, some would say short, and behind this podium, I do feel short. Peach-skinned woman wearing a green suit jacket and black pants. I'm a Senior Monitoring, Evaluation, and Learning Advisor at USAID Center for Education. Today, I am here representing the Global Coalition for Foundational Learning. So what is the Global Coalition for Foundational Learning? It is a coalition of funders. You can see them on the screen. They include USAID, FCDO, the Global Partnership for Education, Gates Foundation, UNICEF, UNESCO, and the World Bank. This coalition of funders is committed to achieving the Commitment to Action on Foundational Learning, which was launched at the 2022 UN Secretary General's Transforming Education Summit. The commitment is an initiative to address the learning crisis exacerbated by COVID-19 to meet Sustainable Development Goal 4, quality and inclusive education. The coalition is committed to monitoring and measuring learning outcomes, foundational learning outcomes globally. And while this is a challenge, the coalition is committed to working differently together to support countries to assess learning outcomes and use the data as it's beneficial to them. You can go to and the QR code on the screen will bring you to the commitment. You can move to the next slide. Okay, so now why? Why is the coalition so focused on foundational learning? Well, there's two reasons. The first, on the left side of the screen, is that foundational skills are the building blocks for later academic successes. You've heard from my colleagues already today. We have evidence both that achieving early learning skills positively predicts later academic success. We also have evidence that failure to gain these skills early negatively affects later academic achievement. The other reason on the right of the screen is that this global data can inform us on where we need to improve. It can tell us where we need to allocate resources, and it can hold us accountable for doing so. So for example, data from the COVID-19 pandemic about decreasing learning levels allowed us to mobilize resources and meet that need. Further, if we don't have this globally comparable data across contexts, then we risk downplaying the incredible importance of learners gaining these foundational skills. So the coalition champions not only having this globally comparable data, but also making sure we can disaggregate it so we can better understand how different subgroups of children, like learners with disabilities, are performing so that we can allocate resources to support them. Next slide. Okay. There's several Sustainable Development Goal 4 indicators. You can see two of them here. The coalition really focuses on the first one on this screen, SDG 4.1.1. This indicator is all about math and reading skills at 3 levels: in the early grades, at the end of primary, and at the end of lower secondary. And lately, the coalition has been mostly focusing on the first level, part A, the early grade, so early grade reading and math. Next slide, please. Okay. So we're focusing on 4.1.1A in this presentation is because it's so crucial for improving global learning outcomes. And the coalition is deeply grateful for all the work that has already happened around this indicator, including the work of many stakeholders such as the UNESCO Institute of Statistics and UNESCO member states who have worked to establish and update the criteria for this indicator. The coalition is very supportive of partner countries reporting on the indicator, and we're also supportive of partner governments working to adapt assessments or develop their own so that they can use that data and that evidence for their own tracking and reporting needs, as well as to report to the SDGs. I want to give you a couple examples now of the work the coalition has done so far. First, the coalition is supporting the development of a reading assessment decision tree that will help partner governments to look at the range of reading assessments available and select the one that is most appropriate for them. Another piece of work that the coalition has been supporting is to the Rwanda National Examinations and School Inspection Authority. Our colleague Jean-Claude here spoke about NESA earlier. As you heard from him, NESA had an expanded mandate. There's lots more data right now. So the coalition is providing capacity strengthening support to NESA. So in sum, the coalition is really working together, and we're trying to work together differently to ensure that our partner governments are able to use this assessment data as benefits them for their own tracking and reporting needs, as well as to report on the SDG indicator. And Louise asked us all, as you've heard, to give you one key takeaway, and the takeaway is please hold us accountable. Please hold us accountable with your development partners that you work with at the country level, and to make sure we are working together differently, both to support you in your national reporting and learning needs, as well as to report to the Sustainable Development Goal indicators. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Rebecca. It's so exciting to see that there's so many different ways, I think, now available to countries to support this work, and also this commitment from global partners to really work together to avoid fragmentation, duplication, overlap. I want to pass now to Luis, who has offered to be our discussant. If you want to sit, Luis, you can here to discuss, or you can stand. Okay. Luis has been waiting patiently, listening throughout to our deliberations. So before we open up to Q&A, I would like Luis, as chair of the board of the UNESCO Institute for Statistics, to give us his reflections. What does all this mean for those sat in this room who are wondering what to do about learning assessment in their context?
Okay, thank you very much. And I am aware that I am standing between you and lunch, so I'll be very brief. I think the first thing we need to do is to celebrate everything our colleagues are doing and others that are not here. I think we need to massively celebrate how far we've come. And I'll explain why. I'll explain why we should celebrate. I'll explain what we should celebrate. And then I'll talk a little bit also about the tasks that still remain to be done. Okay, so why we celebrate, what we still need to do. One little parenthesis, so I don't forget. The person who raised a question around whether there are any ways to measure writing, not written assessments of reading, but assessing writing. And there has been some work done on this. UNESCO funded about 10 years ago a Spanish professor, Juan Jimenez, from the University of Las Canarias, to develop a writing assessment that would be similar to AGRA and to AGMA, but for writing. And I was on the scientific peer review panel for that project, and I think it's very good work. But for some reason, it didn't get popularized. But if you send me an email, I will put you in touch with Professor Jimenez. He is truly a really great psychometrician and thinker around reading and writing. So I think the work is very good. For some reason, it hasn't gained much traction. Okay, so why should we celebrate? Some of you may have been here in 2012, 12 years ago, when we had the first, what we called all children reading conferences, Africa-wide. We did 2 of them in Rwanda 12 years ago. And I don't know if anybody in the room was here then. I think Natasha, I think, was, Stephen, okay, quite a few. Well, that's quite a few, actually. I expected maybe only 1 or 0. 2 is a lot bigger than 0, infinitely bigger than 0, actually. At the time, I remember that one of the conclusions of those meetings was the need to measure. And at the time, I think there was a bit of international measurement. I think PASEC was one of the few that was visionary and took the lead in measuring in the early grades. The PAL network, or citizen-led assessments, also had sort of seen the light, and there was some work. But it was kind of in the beginning and not all that rigorous, actually. but it was there, and very few countries, I don't know, maybe one or two, maybe three countries were doing it. Now there are dozens of countries doing this. So I think we need to really celebrate just the fact that all this has been going on, just numerically. But more substantively, we need to celebrate because in about 2015 or so, when the SDGs were declared, you may not have been around, you may not have noticed, but there was a big sort of intellectual debate at the level of the UN, at the level of UIS, other bodies. Some people were proposing that we should just have this kind of gigantic international assessment, one assessment for everyone, basically, to spread around the world and to measure whether kids were reading or not. I was one of the ones who said, that's a crazy idea. For one thing, it's top down, it's sort of imperialistic, it's top down, and it's psychometrically unsound. So we said, no, we won't have that. On the other hand, you had some people who were saying, well, let every country decide, let every country test however they want, set their own standards and report to the UN according to completely unrelated standards. And many of us said, well, that's also not good. That's another extreme that's not good, because if you'll recall, the SDGs actually call for the measurements to be comparable. And that is something that the member states subscribed to. It wasn't something that some bureaucrats in Paris or whatever decided. The member states, namely you, agreed on that. And we at UIS decided we're going to stick to the middle point, namely encourage many assessments to exist, but at the same time have some kind of standards to make sure that these assessments increasingly are of high quality and reportable. And you've seen examples here of how that has happened. I think Ghana, I think Rwanda, the PAL network are all kind of looking at the criteria and trying to line up on the criteria. But they're all different assessments, each one with their own philosophy and their own approach. And I think that's beautiful. That's wonderful. Variety, but with standards. And what we didn't realize at UIS at the time is that doing the right thing, namely the middle point, is a lot more work. It has taken a massive amount of work to get this done. It would have been easier to do one of the two extremes. Doing the middle of the road was the right thing to do politically, technologically, but it's a lot of work. And I'll give you some idea of what that means. Now, that's why we celebrate. What we celebrate, I think, a few things. Number one, the increasing role of governments in doing this. 10 years ago, it was a few, what does that mean, 3 minutes? Okay, I'll be super quick. 10 years ago, it was mostly donors and or some international organizations. Increasingly, you see governments taking charge. South Africa, Ghana, Rwanda, we saw some examples, there are lots of others. And I think it's important to note that, as the colleague from Rwanda said, it's a journey. It's not like they went from donor dependence to all of a sudden independence from donors. No, it's a gradual journey. Some countries are going faster along that journey than others. But it's a very healthy journey, and something that we need to applaud and support. Technical assistance, training, and so on. And then as donors or as international organizations unlock and decouple from countries as they gain their own ability. Secondly, I think the what to celebrate is the role of civil society in all this. I think there's been a blossoming of civil society. And what's interesting, if you watch what civil society has done, is that when they started, maybe 10 years ago, Armando, each one was doing their own thing, each country. You know, you had the WESO, you had ASER in India, you had some things in Latin America. But now, notice what their name says. the common assessment, right? So there's been this convergence toward some kind of standard in the citizen-led assessments in the PAL world, and there are other people doing this as well. And I think that needs to be celebrated. Thirdly, what needs to be celebrated is the focus on the foundations, and you saw that everywhere. The components of reading, the precursors toward comprehension, the fact that all these assessments are doing that is fantastic, just really good. The other point is the emphasis on home languages. I mean, in the room, just in these presentations, we have evidence of something like 20 or 30 home languages, 14, I think, from, I can't remember, but I sort of added them up. And in South Africa, you have something like 9. PASEC is doing another 10. That's amazing that we're finally paying attention to kids' home languages. And that is to be celebrated, to be encouraged, and we need to do a lot more work on benchmark setting. And I think a few countries like South Africa have taken the lead and are doing cutting edge scientific work. This isn't just sort of random application of received knowledge. This is countries in the South generating their own cutting edge scientific knowledge. And this is really to be applauded. And India, not here because this is an Africa conference, is doing similar things around 20 or 30 of their languages. Lastly, what else remains to be done? I would say 3 or 4 things. One is how we use this to help teachers. I'm from UIS, and so I look at the reporting, global reporting, and that's fine. But ultimately, this needs to be useful for teachers. However, the assessments that are the most useful for international reporting may not be the most useful for countries. For teachers. So what that means is that we would encourage countries to think about it, not about an assessment or particular assessments, but an assessment strategy, where there might be an assessment or an aspect of the assessment that's used for reporting, but another one that's used for the classroom, let's say. But they need to be of the same intellectual family. They can't just be disconnected from each other. They have to be integrated into an assessment strategy. I was really happy to hear that PASEC, one of the things PASEC is doing is helping countries think not just about an assessment or think about participating in PASEC, but also thinking about helping countries develop assessment strategies. Let's see if I forgot any points. And the other thing, that teachers and assessment strategy, and the third thing is getting politicians to be more aware of these things. We have evidence that politicians and even policymakers, even ministers, overestimate what kids are able to do. They're really not clued in onto what the level of reading is. They may know the percentage of kids that can't read, but often they don't know how far they are from being able to read, if that makes sense. They may know 50% of our kids can't read, but they don't know how far behind they are. They don't know the depth of what's needed. And I think we need to do a better job explaining to the policymakers and to the politicians what the situation is. So celebrate the past, celebrate the achievements, and we have 3 or 4 other things that we need to be doing to make further progress. Thank you very much. I'm sorry it took so much time. Have a good lunch.
So just to say, we are, I think, as is the other session, running quite over time, but we started late. So I just wanted to offer the opportunity for 1 or 2 questions from the floor before we go on to lunch. And then I'm going to announce something about lunch in a minute. But if there are any super burning questions, you need to put your hand up very vigorously now and get, okay, I can see 3 hands. So 3? Are these very burning questions? Okay, let's take those 3 questions and we're going to be as quick as we can, and then we're going to move to lunch. Okay, the lady here. At somebody.
Perfect. My name is Maruki Kagotho from the Teach for All Network. fantastic presentations from everyone. I have a question that's directed to Armando Ali, File Network, and I'm very curious to know whether there are any unique aspects of a learner's abilities or challenges that are revealed through household assessments that are not, that may be overlooked in classroom assessments, and how this data has been used or is being used to improve educational outcomes outside of the classroom. So I think what's been mentioned right now, like who owns the assessment strategy and the intervention strategies for those children out of school, based on the data that you collect from household level.
Okay, let's collect the second and third question. Please be as brief as you can with your question and say who you are and direct the question to someone.
Thank you. My name is Prudensiano Giriwawa from University of Rwanda. My question goes to the first presenter. I appreciate the practice data assessment at home, but I wonder if there are no discrepancies between rural areas and the urban areas. Again, I'm thinking on how they judge this practice in the terms of fairness and inclusivity.
Thank you very much. And the third question, if it's still there, I saw a hand at the back. Yes.
My name is Maria Zakaria from Somalia, the Ministry of Education, the Director of Quality Assurance, who's leading the unit of national assessment. My question is, I think, similarly to my my previous colleague. It is about assessing the students at homes. We experienced challenges in missing some students at some levels, such as grade 2 and grade 1. Mostly the children in Somalia, they go to Quranic schools. So in that level, we have missed these children. I would like to ask my colleague who presented for this. He said that we conduct assessment in homes. Some specific strategies that help with them, and I can take it as a takeaway and implement to solve this challenge. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest that maybe Armando, you would be best placed to respond to that last question from the colleague from Rwanda. And the other two, I think, were directed to the Rwandan colleague, the first one. Is that correct? Yeah. So do you want to go first, Armando?
Thank you for the questions, and they are really very relevant. This is not like a super perfect process, but is a way that we found to reach out to those children who are out of the system and try to find the strategies of getting them back to the system. You know, most of times we talk about out of school children. It's just an option or a decision from those children coming out of the blue. But there are also evidence showing that poor learning outcomes are one of the reasons why children abandon school or parents do not encourage their children to go to school. So there are many cases in which the citizen-led assessment tools have been used to inform instructions in the classroom or at the community level. Why is it done? Because when you do assessment of children using the citizen-led assessment tools, you place the children at the highest level of what she can do in terms of reading or in terms of numeracy. So these tools will allow you to know if this specific child is struggling to read words or is struggling to read sentences or stories. And you will place that children to the level where she is doing better. And if you are to design strategies to improve learning, then you will build those strategies from the level where the children are, not from the grade or the age. And that is the strategy that the teaching at the right level approach uses as well, is to make an assessment that will help you to understand which level are children lagging, and for you to design interventions adequate to the level of each child in the group. And interventions to solve that are also available. There are methodologies and the processes that many organizations have used to support implement catch-up or remedial programs in the communities. The key process for us is community engagement, to mobilize the resources at community level, to engage those who are available, and to help them support children to catch up, to gain the foundation, and then to go back to school. I'm not sure if I got the second question very correct about reaching out to children in grades 1 or 2. But maybe I can look for you later and we can discuss the question with much more time. I don't think I captured it very well. Yes. Yeah.
Thanks, Armando, for making that outreach to our Somali colleague. There's one final question, I think, which was directed to Jean-Claude regarding the differences between urban and rural areas. I think that was the question. Did you hear that question, Jean-Claude? No, okay. Well, I think what we'll do is we'll link you guys up after this session so that we can answer that question more fully. So I just want to, now it just remains for me to ask you to bring your hands together to thank all of our speakers today for their important presentations. I hope we have all learned from each other and have heard options and innovations that we could take away and apply in our own context. I'm sure these speakers will be here today and over the next few days at Flex. Please do take time to find them, discuss further if you want to learn more. And remember, we measure what we value and we value what we measure. Just before I go, I want to announce that the lunch is now served. There will be 50 minutes for the lunch break. Ministers, speakers, heads of delegations, and principals who have a white and blue lanyard. The lunch will be served upstairs in the auditorium club. For all other delegates with the dark blue lanyard, they will have lunch in the tent outside the venue. Thanks so much to everyone and for their interventions. Thanks so much.
the panel with us today. Let's give them a round of applause and a warm welcome. Thanks for joining. To get us started, I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves and their company or the industry that they represent. I'd like to hear about what each of you does and how your company is linked to foundational learning, which is the topic of this conference. Over to you, Alice.
Thank you so much. My name is Alice Chirezi, like Dr. Kathy mentioned. I come from Equity Bank, Rwanda. I head social impact investments for the bank. And in the interest of audience, how Equity Bank operates, we usually say we are a two-engine model. We operate the bank as a commercial bank, but we also operate it as a foundation, the social impact through which we drive social impact initiatives. And why as a bank are we interested in this? Part of what we drive from the social impact investments is to financially include those sectors that are financially excluded because banks deem them as risky and expensive sectors. This includes education, this includes agriculture, and this includes health. So as a bank, we cannot see education with commercial lenses. We see education from social lenses, and that is where we come in as a social impact engine to financially include education, right, starting with early childhood development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Theo, from a Printers Association perspective.
Thank you very much. My name is Theo Gakire. I'm representing the Printing Association in Rwanda. I'm also the CEO of Select Colors, is a printing packaging company based in Kigali. I'm here representing the private sector role in the education. So we are producing the teaching and learning materials such as books, posters, and any other materials. So I've been in this industry for the last 15 years, and we are trying to put in to materialize the materials, the education materials, so that all the kids in the country or in the continent can have access. We are working with different partners, governments, NGOs, where we are doing different projects and try to see how we can make the materials, the TLMS, affordable and produced in the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Theo. Over to the Rwandan Children's Book Organization, Eric.
Very much. My name is Eric Dusabimana. I'm the chairperson of Rwanda Children's Books Organization, RCBO. I'm also representing Bakame Editions, which is a children's books publisher. As RCBO, it's a member-based organization, grouping 17 members, 17 publishing companies that have in common the same mission to promote the reading culture, to advance the reading culture in Rwanda, especially in children. So we have been working with different organizations, mainly NGOs. We have produced a magazine, a children magazine, which is called Karame, because we understood that it was necessary to produce a magazine that can help children, encourage them to read. So we have been able to print thousands of copies of that magazine in different languages in Kinyarwanda with the support of Save the Children, and in French with the support of the Embassy of Rwanda, the Embassy of France in Rwanda, and the French Institute of Rwanda. So we have been able to distribute a great number of copies of that magazine in French and in Kinyarwanda to different public schools. And currently we are working on a project of translating it also into English so that we can have it in 3 languages. And we believe that foundational learning is the key. So that's why our members are focused on producing supplementary reading materials that will accompany the learning process for children in Rwanda. And we know that if we work together with other development partners, it will be essential to promote the reading culture across the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you for those introductions. I'd like to have a conversation among us, and then we'll invite the audience also to ask some questions from your perspectives. Let's begin by hearing a little bit more, Alice, about the ways in which Equity Bank has been engaged in the education sector here in Rwanda, maybe about your involvement also with Catalyze EduFinance. Tell us what you've been doing together and what motivated you, or what motivates Equity Bank to join in such a partnership.
Yeah, thank you. One, I'll first start with what motivates Equity Bank. Like I said, Equity Bank is not only a commercial bank, it's also a social impact bank. We are driven by what we see, what comes out as an impact. But what we have achieved in the education sector before we even come down to the catalyzer education, Equity Bank in general, we started with offering scholarships right from primary. And we are focusing on underserved population. Overall, in the region, we have over 60,000 scholarships, and we grew with them through secondary school. And I think over 82% of our scholars have attained education at a high university level, and others graduated to TVET, but it all started with primary one. So after concentrating our efforts in that, we noted the contribution is not as much. So now we went down to supporting primary schools, but also other players in the education sector. So we developed different products. Different products meaning loans. We developed loans that speak to the specific needs of education players in the sector. And thank you to our partner, USAID. They supported us when we were doing a scoping study, because we did not want to just develop products before we can really reach out to the market, listen, learn about the pain points, learn about the challenges, and learn about the opportunities. So we first did a scoping study. We went over more than 100 schools, and we also visited the players in the education sector, the printing companies, even the suppliers, the whole ecosystem, even the food suppliers, even the water storage suppliers. So we really wanted to understand from a holistic perspective. So after we noted the pain points and we noted the opportunities, we developed the products. How do the education products identify themselves from other general products? We noted banking in general did not understand the pain points of education sector players. That speaks to the cost of lending, to the lack of collateral, to the accreditation processes, to the sensitivities on the timelines. Like we're talking about our TEO, they have printing companies, but banks do not understand that the tender speaks to 2 months or 2 weeks. The bank used traditionally approach of taking 2 months to assess, to do due diligence. So the reason Equity Bank said, hey, we have to design specific products that speaks to timelines of education loans, that speaks to timely cash inflows of the schools, but also looking at a holistic approach of who supplies what in schools. So we developed those products. And we also brought down the interest rates. I also have to appreciate the Catalyze Educ. We are one of the beneficiaries. When we tapped into a partnership with them, they gave us a facility that bought interest buy down. After our players have the interest buy down, a significant rate, the uptake has risen up. And you can see a lot of primary schools are approaching us to access that beneficiary. And we wanted to know, why have you not been accessing finance to this extent? There are 2 or 3 reasons. One, lack of capacity building. At times they approach the bank, with a poorly made business plan. They are entrepreneurs, but with education background, they do not have entrepreneurship education. Two, they do not know how to do data management. So our product, other than it being a loan, we accompany it with capacity building. And the uptake also reduced the interest rate from a normal interest market rate to a subsidized interest rate. And now it is affordable. We also speak to their correction, the cash inflow correction terms, but also we got the collateral requirements. We know they are financially excluded by lack of collaterals. So we look for de-risking instruments for school. So overall, that's what we do at Equity Bank. We speak at capacity building. We speaking at their specific futures, the timelines. We also speak at the cost of lending and the collateral requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. So I hear you talking about both your social impact objectives, but also you're bringing in new clients to the bank. So you have this dual objectives in mind. Thank you so much. Theo, would you mind also talking with us a little bit more about how you have been and become more and more involved in some education activities and what motivates Select Kalaos as a printing company to do these partnerships outside of your core business?
Actually, for us, printing these education materials, we found it as it's a very noble work or noble job, because supporting the education and trying to educate people on the continent, especially our continent, we play a very big role in contributing to the education, because from the normal education to even other people who like to get educated, learning and teaching materials are very important. So secondly, we also agree that it's a very it's a very profitable business, because all the books which are getting printed on the continent, you can count billions of dollars on this continent. And the reality right now is that in Africa, we are not able to execute the whole market. So we are doing only 20 to 30% of that market, and the rest is going done outside the continent. So on top of what we are doing, packaging and commercial printing, we found that education, printing for the education was also something very important, very noble, and contribute also to the development of the continent. But at the same time, by doing it, we found out there was a lack of skills in the printing industry, because most of the countries are not, doesn't have any program for the printing and packaging. The speed that the digital is taking over the materials, but we still have a long journey to do in Africa to reach to that full digitalization. So we believe that training people in the printing, because as I always say, printing books and printing packaging, you're using the same equipment. So we need to give skills to our young ones, because even the packaging, it's also a big potential sector which can give jobs, can create jobs. So for us, we consider education, printing for education, as a very potential segment to develop, but we need to work with banks and all the DPs and the finance institutions, so that we can develop. So it has a lot of impact in terms of creating jobs, in terms of educating our people, and also translating that knowledge into reality. Thank you.
It's clear that you have this orientation towards kind of maximizing the use of some equipment and also capacity that you have. I think if you've never had the chance to visit a printing factory, I hope you take an opportunity, because we're talking about a large room of giant machines that are, as he mentioned, able to produce packaging, but that same machine can also produce educational materials. So I hear you that you see these, you've invested, you have the capacity to do this, and you're seeing a market that is not yet being fulfilled or met. So that's an important motivation that you're bringing to the table. Thank you. I want to turn to you, Eric, and actually change questions now. I know that RCBO and Bakame Editions has a long history here. And more recently, the formation and creation of RCBO in collaboration with development partners. You've been working in this education space. You've been collaborating with the government, trying to meet government tenders for quite a long time. Could you tell us something about any challenges that your company or the broader organization have faced in trying to collaborate in the foundational learning space?
Yeah, thank you. The first challenge I can list is linked to financial autonomy, because as publishers, they invest a lot to be able to produce quality books. And the work of a publisher involves a lot of people, from writers, illustrators, translators, printing companies, working with booksellers, distributors. So the work of a publisher really involves a great chain of people. So that means you need to invest a lot. So if you don't have that financial capacity, that financial autonomy, it will be difficult for you to produce a number of books you want to publish, and you will not meet the needs, the education needs that we have. So I can say that if I speak for Bakame, for example, it has been established in 1995. But if it's still operating, it's because it had an association a parent association, which was based in Switzerland, that backed the activities of Bakame Editions. So we couldn't really rely only on sales. So if we didn't have that association to provide support, financial support, for example, the printing costs were directly paid by that association. So maybe the sales could somehow cover other expenses, but it was even really hard to cover the remaining expenses. So I can say that the financial autonomy, the financial capacity, lack of financial capacity is the main challenging in our publishing sector. And I think we need to see how to collaborate with the different book actors, to see how to collaborate with booksellers, with distributors, to see how we can find a solution to get that financial capacity to be able to sustain ourselves. What I can also add is that as the publishing industry is growing, we need to get more knowledge regarding how to get finance, because some people don't collaborate most of the time with banks, and yet we know that banks are the source of funding. So we need to learn to put in place projects that can be sustainable, and that banks can really judge possible to finance, so that we can be able to sustain ourselves. Yeah, thank you.
I hear how it's an ecosystem. So an industry like yours, you have some cash flow needs in order to be able to employ the people who are involved in producing a book. And that cash flow needs to come either from your government contracts or from private customers. I'm glad you have a chance to meet Alice today. Sounds like it's a good relationship to establish. Alice, can I come back to you on the same question? You've been working together with Catalyze EduFinance now for some time, but it took time to get things rolling. So could you talk to us frankly about what are some of the challenges that Equity Bank faced in trying to establish this partnership to increase financing to the education sector?
Thank you. I think I'll speak about maybe 3 challenges we got. One is really about capacity building and technical assistance, both at the bank level and the education players. At the bank level, if a school came in and they have, even if they have infrastructure, at the bank, they will really be hesitant about investing in that school because they say, this is a public good. We are not going to sell this school. So there is that lack of capacity to understand the dynamics and the nature, the structure of education sector. But also at the point of education operators, they did not understand what does a bank want? How do we position ourselves to access finance? How do we work on the business plan? How do we do our budget and forecast what our cash inflows look like? So we had that challenge. And what we did as a bank is to bring everyone together. We bring everyone together. We now conduct different workshops and sessions so they know what the bank expects, but they also speak about how the industry works. So the bank, the analysts, the business officers are able to understand the sector. That was the challenge number 1. The other challenge that is connected to capacity building, we wanted to finance education sector as a whole ecosystem. Whether you come in and you supply food, whether you supply education materials, whether you supply solar panels for heating and lighting, we wanted something holistic but sustainable. So bringing everyone together and they be able to understand how they are interrelated, how financing food supply indirectly supports the school was a bit of a challenge, but according reference to the awareness sessions and the workshops that we did, we managed to combat that challenge. And the other thing is about the cost of lending. Surely speaking, primary schools or even schools in general, if you want to subject them to 18, 19% to access finance is quite an expense for them. So we had to look for the subsidy which catalyzed the finance. We do appreciate the support you brought in. You can see the uptake that is directly related to the subsidized interest rates. We also had to link them to different partners who bring in collateral and portfolio guarantees. So it's able, operators are able to access finance without being excluded by lack of collateral. The one last thing is accreditation. There are schools which do not have definitive accreditation. Maybe this goes to the policymakers. They qualify, they are trained, they can access finance, but their level of accreditation is questionable in the view of the bank. So we noted that's a challenge. We still face that challenge, but overall, those were the challenges. Yeah, the cost of financing, the capacity building, and the accreditation status.
Thank you all very much for those. I'd like to bring in the audience here to be able to ask some questions directly to you. Before we close, I'll give you a chance to give your final recommendations, but let's have a conversation first with our excellent audience here. I see some hands already ready to go. Let's take 3 questions and then we'll respond to them and see if we have time for another round.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Je réponds au nom de Blaise Pascal Makandi en provenance de la RDC. Je suis le coordonnateur d'une structure, une ONG qui évolue dans le secteur du développement rural. Alors, je poserai 2 questions à madame, la représentante de l'Equity Bank, et puis au monsieur de l'organisation des livres pour enfants. Alors, la question par rapport à la banque, c'est de savoir est-ce que les relations que la banque a avec le secteur éducatif, est-ce une relation structurelle ou bien une relation ponctuelle? C'est-à-dire la banque se choisit des points, des secteurs qu'elle pense capables de pouvoir intervenir ou bien réellement c'est une relation structurelle par exemple, discuter avec le ministère de l'Éducation au niveau du Rwanda, ou bien c'est vraiment ponctuel? Ça, c'est la première question. La deuxième question, c'est, y a-t-il un modèle économique que vous avez par rapport au secteur de l'éducation? Est-ce qu'il y a un modèle économique que vous avez déjà établi qui pourrait servir justement d'appui aux écoles ou à tous ceux qui interviennent dans le secteur de l'éducation? Alors, par rapport à monsieur, j'aimerais savoir, je suis quand même intéressé, j'aimerais savoir, est-ce qu'il arrive à quantifier les taux d'accès des enfants qui aujourd'hui ont accès à ces livres-là qu'ils produisent sur le plan urbain et sur le plan rural? Donc, est-ce que c'est seulement les enfants au niveau rural ou bien même les enfants au niveau urbain accèdent à ce livre-là? Quels sont les taux que vous appréciez?
We will take 2 more questions. Do you understand French, or can I translate for you? You do? You do? You do? It's nice to live in a bilingual country. For those who didn't understand, his questions were largely first about whether the bank is intervening just with specific businesses and opportunities, or if they also have an engagement structurally or with the system and the government. Whether there's a business model for their engagement with the education sector, and also if we have numbers regarding the level of access that children in rural and urban areas have to books. Let's take 2 more questions and then I'll hand over to them to answer. I saw a few other hands up. Can we have 2 more questions? Thank you.
Bien, bonjour à tous. Je m'appelle René Sylvestre Ketegia. Je suis du ministère de l'Éducation nationale de la République centrafricaine. Je voudrais féliciter les partenaires qui sont intervenus ici et qui mènent des actions en faveur de l'école. J'avais 2 préoccupations, mais la première préoccupation a été prise en compte par Madame déjà. C'était par rapport aux défis. La seconde préoccupation, c'est que à nos partenaires, quels sont les indicateurs que vous utilisez pour évaluer le succès des programmes que vous financez dans le domaine de l'apprentissage du fondamental? Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your intervention from République Centrafricaine. The question was regarding what indicators these companies use to evaluate their success in these educational business opportunities. Let's take a third question.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Sarafino. I'm from South Sudan. I'm really pleased, delighted with official from the Equity Bank said, my question is, since you said you gave a scholarship to primary schools, now what kind of support you are giving to early childhood? Since you said you started right from early childhood to other level, that one question. The question number 2, what criteria do you use to choose those people you are supporting or the school you are supporting? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe that Francophone participants have some translation, so I'm going to ask the panelists to respond in English. And I'd like to start with Theo, actually, talking about the questions related to access and the indicators that you use to evaluate your success. Then we'll go to Eric and then back to Alice.
J'aimerais répondre à cette question en français. In English, okay. Okay.
Thank you very much.
For the indicators to assess the material, the education materials we are doing, for the last 30 years, I will give the example of Rwanda. We can say 100% of the books or other material, educational material were done outside Rwanda. And then with the partnership with other DPs, the government, and the private sector itself, because we also produce books for private schools. Today we are talking about one book for 6 to 8 kids, which means if we have a book of mathematics, we have not yet reached to 1-to-1. We are still at that ratio of 1 to 8. And then why we are still at that level is just because we have some challenges. I would take this opportunity actually to talk also about challenges. All the material we use, the raw material, we have to import them from Asia. And then sometimes it's taking 2 to 3 months to reach for Rwanda. For Rwanda, we have like 3 months to have the raw material here. So it's a bit difficult to increase the number of the books, because if it's not well planned, if we don't do a proper planning, we end up printing books at a very high cost. So when there is a proper plan, and then we produce the books with the proper, the right specifications, with the right skills, because most of the operators in the printing industry, we import the skills so far. And it's making the book very expensive. And now even the access to the kid, the ratio is still kids that have to share one book, 4 or 5 people. So, and the solution now is to see the whole supply chain, from the government, the private, the DPs, and the bank, the finance institutions, even the publishers, to work together and then to plan. For example, from now saying, okay, in 2025, how many books we are going to print. The proper planning will make the book affordable, and with the same budgets, we can print more books and have access to distribute to the kids. And at the same time also, it will be, we also encourage the private sector as well, because right now we are talking just to the education materials. But if you see on the continent, right now there is not a lot of publication of normal books like the way we see on the European continent. And I think this is something encouraging, because if we have the raw material in the continent, it will help us to produce more books, and then the assessment will be we will reach that the level of 1-to-1. But so far, as we don't have even factories which manufacture the raw material like paper, we have some countries like Egypt where they do recycled paper. But I think with time, we are going to, if we are able to produce the paper on the continent, because we have all the raw material, all the resources. Paper is about trees, and we can do it in Rwanda, even on the continent. But as we have this big challenge of course, the digitalization which is coming today, if we evaluate one tablet cost is about the minimum can be like, let's say $10. But when we are talking about books, we are talking about $1. So the idea to have the digitalization, I think, is also very, we can achieve it, but so far with the printing of books, it's also another solution which can help the education to develop in a good way. Thank you.
In terms of indicators, you're looking at access to books being an ultimate indicator of success. But I hear you also talking about these supply chain issues along the way that are actually affecting the ability to make books widely available through your company. Eric, could you speak to the question relating to your business model? What is the source of revenue, and what type of growth does a publishing company need in order to have a successful business model?
Yeah, I think the publishing industry, the publishing business is mainly meant to get revenues from sales. But most of the time, maybe due to the poor reading culture, which is, I think, associated with the limited purchasing power, publishers are not able to get the necessary revenues from sales, and that's a problem for them. But I think publishers need to establish to do a business plan which is relevant and which is able to increase the number of sales, to increase the number of customers who buy their books. But I think the main revenue for publishing is from sales.
Thank you so much. And I know for a publishing industry, your sales, as we mentioned before, come from two places. So one of the things that we've talked about in the industry here, as Theo mentioned, is having some advance notice about government procurement, which is a huge source of sales opportunity, while at the same time having this retail and customer and private market alongside. So I think that's probably part of the business model you've been working on as well. I want to come back to you, Alice. Could we tackle this question about whether you're working just with specific businesses or whether Equity Bank or the financial industry also has a relationship more structurally with the education system, the government, and how they work with private finance in education?
Yeah, I think our model is not tailored to specific players. It is structured in a way that we speak to policymakers, we speak to development partners, we speak to private sector players. We even speak to regulators of the bank, because some players really come in with files that are against the regulatory expectations. So we go back to the regulators with special considerations. So our model is holistic. We speak to every stakeholder involved in financing education. Yeah.
Would you like to speak to any of the other questions?
Yeah, maybe to speak at how do we measure our indicators? One, at a bank, maybe I'll have to mention, we have a department that is purposely there for financial inclusion and enterprise development. So when we do our capacity building programs, and we train schools, particularly primary schools so far, we train them about enterprise development, financial literacy, digital literacy. These people, most of the time, they have education background, but they are not trained entrepreneurs. So we come in to do that. And after enrolling them into our program 3 months, 4 months, and most of them are repeating customers. They want working capital, they service the loan within 6 months, they want another loan. So how do we see that there is an improvement? We see that the turnaround time that was taking place maybe 2 weeks to analyze a file, because they have accessed our capacity building program, they come up with every requirement the bank wants, and that reduces the turnaround time for the beneficiary. But also most of our partners, our schools, who we have supported, at times we started supporting them at 12%, 14%. They now graduate to 16 and 17. It means we are able to see that they are financially viable companies, given the improvement that is done on the capacity building. And the other thing is the quality of their businesses. We can see their budget, we can see the implementation, we can see how they interact with forecasts and how they manage their expenses, how they separate the family business from enterprises. We can see the improvement. So overall, that's how we measure our indicators. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know you might have some other burning questions, but I want to let them give their final argument before we close this session. I think, as we discussed before in this room, we have honorable ministers, permanent secretaries, directors of a wide range of education, ministries of education around the continent. We're also fortunate to have the heads of development agencies here and many other participants and stakeholders. So if you could speak on behalf of your industry, your broader industry, what is the key recommendation that you would give to government and development partners about how to engage with your industry to promote together this goal of foundational learning for all. I think we will start with Alice this time and then go down the line.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Recommendations, I'll say I want to speak out to policymakers. This sector is not as any other, it's not a real estate, it's not a mining sector. It requires a lot of special considerations. From the bank's perspective, we really want to see them as a bankable. We should see them as a bankable sector. They can make money if they are considered, if they are understood from the way they operate. So from policymakers, how do you speak to accreditation? I know very many schools that are turned down by different banks, not only Equity Bank, because their accreditation is not definitive. But also from banking, are we able to understand how the sector operates? If we come to Tewo, are we going to discount his equipment because we think they are not going to get a buyer should we sell it off? We should not approach entrepreneurs from an auction and selling off perspective. We should see how they are a bankable enterprise before we can see how to interact with curators. And the other thing is a call out to development partners. While we think government and financial institutions should look into education from a social impact or a special consideration kind of, maybe development partners should also come in for curator portfolio guarantees, for interest buy down. It's make sure at least someone is understood. They are able to afford the cost of living in the, cost of lending in the economy, but also they are not excluded by lack of curators. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Theo.
My recommendation would be to the policymakers to relocate the production of all the teaching and learning materials to the continent. And by producing everything on the continent, it will help to increase numbers, even quality of those teaching and learning materials, because sometimes producing locally, it's help on the proximity, especially some of the teaching materials are printed in our local languages. When we outsource, sometimes they come back containers and containers with some mistakes and everything. It will also create jobs on the continent, and then at the same time, helping to improve our education and improve the access to those teaching and learning materials. Those are the only recommendation I can give.
Thank you very much. Very clear. You get the last word.
Thank you. My recommendation to the policymakers is to put in place clear book policies that really promote partnerships and collaborations among the book industry sectors, because we need to work together. And if we want to achieve more, we need to have collaborations and partnerships. To development partners, there is a need to increase programs of capacity building for publishers, for example, for printers. But also there is a need to invest more in the printing industry, because most of the time publishers, they don't get the quality they need in Africa, if I may say. So most of the time they are obliged to go and print outside Africa, to print in China, to print in other continents. And that, I think, does not really facilitate our activities. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to recap those recommendations to help us take away from this session. One is for policymakers to really understand the private sector aspects of their education system and to think about where there are some blockages. For example, how long accreditation processes might make it difficult for local private schools to obtain financing and improve their quality. I heard about working with development partners more on issues like collateral, buying down interest rates, some of these very underlying technical issues that affect financing in the sector. From Teo, a request to policymakers to make an effort to procure in Africa, procure these very large volumes of teaching and learning materials here so that we can stimulate those industries and also at the same time create jobs. And finally, a request to engage in partnerships to see these private sector actors as current and potential partners who can collaborate towards common goals and invest in their capacity building and their future as industries. I'd like to ask you to give them a warm round of applause for their contributions today. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. I have a small announcement, sorry, while they're standing. I was asked to remind you to take a moment during the breaks to go and obtain your badge if you didn't receive it in the morning. So you're welcome to do that now. We have a short 10-minute break now, or again later. Please do obtain your badge today. And thanks once again to our panel. Thank you. Sorry.
Ni belum kuambang. Yeah. Now you change. 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 Okay, thank you, thank you. So my name is Aritz Goya. I'm education specialist on quality and learning in UNICEF's West and Central Africa Regional Office based in Dakar. And among other things in my portfolio is the foundational learning. And in foundational learning, for us is key community engagement. Cannot say that always happens, but when it does make a difference. That is why, before introducing the panel, I like the first slide, where we'll see the run-up show of the day, because we have an interactive session. So I want for you to know in advance what is going to happen. Next slide, please. So basically, we will have 1, 2, 3, 4 presentations on similar but different, I would say more different than similar, community engagement, community participation approaches. From Human Capital Africa, from Building Tomorrow, Hempel Foundation, from USAID, and last and after, we will have community theater. It will be introduced, and then we will have it on stage. And then at the end, we had planned to do a Q&A. That's why we have chairs here. When the community theater finishes, we will check with you how your level of energy, concentration, if you want to do the Q&A. Otherwise, we'll put the contact of the panelists up, and you will be able to contact them for your questions. So, yeah, without then further ado, I'd like to share just a few words before I call the first panelist. What I thought, first thing I thought to share in this session for community engagement, it was a proverb I learned, an African proverb I learned many years ago while I was a teacher, and clicked my mind. And ever since it didn't go away. And I think it's as relevant as in ancient times, as relevant today. And you probably know this proverb says that we need a village to raise a child. I would say to educate a child or to help learn a child. That is where I think that the power of community participation lays. And we saw it during COVID and post-COVID, where everything got upside down. Education systems couldn't provide education we all wanted, and communities played a huge role, especially I would say in rural areas, but also in urban areas, creating WhatsApp groups, distributing materials door by door, and many more things. That is why I think now it comes back again strong, the value of community participation. And we see where the community participation is active, we see better results in children learning, like we will see in the different presentations today. Then, without further ado, I will call Mr. Toa, and he is from JICA, and he's gonna explain to us JICA's community participation approach through the Tafita project or program in Madagascar, but also be done in Mali and Niger. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Harit. Bonsoir tout le monde. Donc, mon intervention portera sur l'intervention de l'AJICA dans le secteur de l'éducation à travers le projet École pour tous, qui intervient particulièrement dans le continent africain. Donc, pour ce fait, nous allons aborder... retournez, s'il vous plaît, dans l'agenda, le plan de présentation, s'il vous plaît. Plan de présentation. Encore. Ah, vidéo. OK. Donc, Excusez-moi, donc nous allons déjà commencer par visionner une séquence vidéo qui va nous résumer le projet École pour tous et je vais apporter plus de précision, de détails à travers une présentation. Donc, vidéo, s'il vous plaît.
Young children accessing preschool and the first grade has increased to nearly 60% since 2011. And primary school is attended by 76% of children. Despite increases in access, only 7% of children aged 7 to 14 can do math at a grade 2 level, and just 23% can read a simple story. Available pre-test and post-test results show that 26% more students were able to complete basic math functions, and 20% more students were able to read basic paragraphs after participating in remedial courses supported by TAFITA and the Ministry of Education. Schools that fully implemented the TAFITA model had fewer student dropouts and more students transition from primary to lower secondary schools. The key to this success is community collaboration. Following the TAFITA model, the community came together and looked for solutions to the learning crisis. Masakalna Public Primary School is just one example of how community mobilization supports improved student learning. Public Primary School of Masakalna, ZAP Anjazurube 1, Cisco Anjazurube, Dren, Analamanga.
Manana toerana zany ny sekoly anaovana fambolekazo. Dia isaky-isakoana zany ny mpianatra sy ny ray aman-dreny dia mamboly ao amin'ny tany io dia entina anaovana fotodrafitrasa.
Nivory ny ray aman-dreny mpianatra dia avy eo namory ireo vondron'olona fotony dia nakambana ny hevitra dia nangonina ny hevitra zany dia tany kininina roa zany no tsy maintsy namidy. Ny raha nasa tamin'ny vondron'olona fotony sy ny ray aman-dreny mpianatra dia izay no nahatonga izao fotodrafitrasa zao hitantsika amin'izao eto izao.
Le sekolinay zany dia ohatrany efa hita ratsy dia ratsy izy io taloha ka hatramin'ny trangany fefy izao dia nanao zay fanitarana. Dia hatramin'izao zany dia afaka mba mandray mpianatra maromaro zay satria efa mba misy le sekoly andraisana an'le mpianatra amin'izao fotoana izao.
Infrastructure is not the only problem that the school faces. It also faces the issue of quality learning. For example, for mathematics, only about 70% of the students in grades 2 to 5 understand subtraction, and less than 60% of them understand division. Therefore, the community decided to implement a remedial class to improve the level of students' basic numeracy. The activities have been successful. Today, 98% of the students from grade 2 to grade 5 master subtraction, and 77% master division. Strong school management is the second key to success. The TAFITA School for All project aims to strengthen school management committees in which all stakeholders, including the community, are involved. To achieve this goal, TAFITA supports democratic elections of school management committees, development and execution of a school action plan, and monitoring of good school management and student learning. To improve the quality of education, the TAFITA project focuses on teaching and learning time, the school environment and teaching materials, the quality of teaching and learning. The TAFITA project supports remedial courses using the Teaching at the Right Level method, or TARL, to improve basic academic skills, such as mathematics and reading in the Malagasy language. TARL is a participatory remedial approach that uses fun activities and locally available materials in the Malagasy language. The remedial courses are conducted by teachers and community facilitators who are trained in TARL methods and activities. Remedial courses are not organized by grade, but by student levels based on individual tests. Test results are also shared with members of the community. The need for these courses is understood and supported, and sufficient time is allowed for students to participate in them. Remedial courses have significantly improved the literacy and numeracy of children in Madagascar in only 3 months. Teachers have also improved their classroom practices. The model has been particularly effective in improving the local education system. More than 40,000 schools in West Africa have implemented the School for All project. In Madagascar, between 2016 and 2020, the project has benefited more than 1 million children in nearly 10,500 schools in 11 regions. That's half the country. The Tafida School for All project will continue to support the Ministry of Education to scale up its activities for the children, because it is they who will be responsible for the future of Madagascar and for the future of the African region.
Merci. Donc, à présent, on va enchaîner avec la partie présentation après avoir visionné cette vidéo. Donc, on va aborder 6 points. Tout d'abord, on va faire une situation, voir le contexte de projet École pour tous. Slide suivante, s'il vous plaît. Et puis, par la suite, on va rappeler, bien qu'on le sache déjà, la situation de l'apprentissage, notamment dans les pays à revenus faibles et intermédiaires. Par la suite, on va voir les stratégies apportées par le projet École pour tous pour résorber cette crise d'apprentissage. Et en même temps, on va voir les résultats obtenus dans quelques pays. Après, nous allons voir les défis qui ont été rencontrés et relevés tout au long pour la mise à l'échelle. On va terminer avec les leçons à tirer. Slide suivant. Donc, le projet École pour tous, c'est un projet suite à l'initiative de la JICA, donc surtout pour faire face à la crise d'apprentissage qui sévit en Afrique et plus particulièrement dans la région de l'Afrique subsaharienne. Donc, ça a démarré au Niger en 2004 et maintenant, les modèles sont développés dans 11 pays d'Afrique. Le concept, c'est que le concept de École pour tous, c'est d'initier la communauté, inciter la communauté à s'immiscer et à investir davantage dans l'éducation et l'apprentissage des enfants. Suivant. Ici, donc, c'est ce graphique extrait de la publication de la Banque mondiale suite à l'évaluation de la Banque mondiale en 2019, qui nous montre que le taux de scolarisation s'est réduit depuis les 10 dernières années, mais toutefois, la crise d'apprentissage est toujours une réalité. Et elle est critique même au sein de l'Afrique, la région de l'Afrique subsaharienne. On voit que 80% des enfants de 10 à 15 ans n'ont pas les compétences minimum fondamentales en lecture. Suivant. Et ce constat est aussi constaté à Madagascar. On a senti une amélioration du taux de scolarisation, mais malheureusement ceci n'est pas reflété dans l'apprentissage des enfants, parce que si nous voyons les résultats de l'évaluation passée, on voit qu'il y a une dégradation des acquis scolaires des élèves au fil des années, et c'est confirmé aussi par l'étude SDI qui a été réalisée par la Banque mondiale, qui nous montre que seuls 4% des élèves dans les primaires ont obtenu un score supérieur à la moyenne en mathématiques et en lecture. Suivant. Donc, face à cela, quelles ont été les stratégies apportées par le projet École pour tous? Donc, il s'agit d'adopter 2 principales stratégies. Donc, la première stratégie consiste à renforcer la gestion scolaire avec la participation communautaire. Donc, concrètement, il s'agit de mettre en place de façon démocratique, c'est-à-dire à travers des votes secrets, le membre de bureau de comité de gestion de l'école. Donc, cette étape est très importante dans la mesure où il permet une bonne relation entre les parties prenantes. Ça va permettre aussi d'instaurer une relation de confiance entre toutes les parties prenantes, donc pour identifier et apporter des solutions aux problèmes de l'éducation au niveau local. Donc, il s'agit de problèmes locaux et solutions locales. Non. On retourne après, c'est pas encore terminé, s'il vous plaît. The president's slide, please. President slide. Non, non, non. Précédent. Thank you. Donc, une fois que la première étape est terminée, donc, on enchaîne par le renforcement de capacité des membres du comité de gestion de l'école. Donc, renforcement de capacité sur la planification, l'élaboration, la mise en œuvre et le suivi du plan d'action de l'école. Et ce plan d'action, donc, a la particularité d'être autonome et axé sur la qualité. Le projet apporte aussi beaucoup d'importance sur le suivi, accompagnement post-formation, d'où il a mis en place ce qu'on appelle le réseau du comité de gestion de l'école. Il s'agit d'un réseau qu'on a mis en place donc, au niveau d'une commune. Donc, le principal rôle de ce réseau, c'est d'assurer aussi le suivi, accompagnement des écoles qui sont dans ce réseau. Et en même temps aussi, ce réseau va permettre de servir d'intermédiaire dans les négociations avec les instances locales, c'est-à-dire les partenaires locaux ou aussi les autorités locales pour les différentes négociations en vue d'un partenariat. Et ça, c'est la première stratégie. Donc, une fois que le SMC, le comité de gestion de l'école, est opérationnel, donc c'est là qu'on intervient sur la partie qualité, c'est-à-dire l'amélioration de la qualité d'apprentissage, donc à travers la méthode innovante qu'on venait de voir, le Teaching at the Right Level, c'est enseigner au bon niveau. Donc, ça passe à travers des formations et des enseignants. Et une fois que c'est bien mis en place, donc, on a élargi donc, les modèles par la mise en place par l'activité de prévention des abandons scolaires. Il y a aussi l'activité, la mise en place d'alimentation scolaire endogène et l'activité qui porte sur le développement de l'éducation préscolaire. Donc, tout ceci a un point commun, c'est-à-dire une seule base, c'est-à-dire que tout cela doit passer par le comité de gestion de l'école. Suivant, please. Donc, pourquoi l'école pour tous, donc, la stratégie apportée par l'école pour tous a pu susciter davantage de contributions et d'engagement de la part de la communauté? En fait, c'était grâce à la combinaison de ces deux stratégies donc, qui a abouti à ce qu'on appelle le processus de planification axé sur la qualité. Donc, le principe, c'est qu'il s'agit de plusieurs étapes, mais le principe, c'est que c'est le COGES, c'est-à-dire le membre du comité de gestion de l'école, qui lead chacune de ces étapes. Donc, pour susciter l'intérêt de la communauté dans l'éducation de leurs enfants, donc, on commence par ce qu'on appelle le test d'évaluation, test de base auprès des élèves. Et ici, nous utilisons le test ASER ou Annual Status of Education Report, c'est-à-dire le test qui a été développé par l'ONG indienne Pratham. L'objectif étant de présenter les résultats de ce test à l'issue de ce qu'on appelle une assemblée générale organisée par l'école et l'idée par le comité de gestion de l'école. Donc, on estime l'importance et la nécessité d'avoir cette assemblée générale qui est réalisée pour le cas de Madagascar 3 fois chaque année, donc au début de l'année scolaire, à mi-parcours et à la fin de l'année scolaire. Donc, pendant ces assemblées générales, donc, on partage des informations comme le résultat du test. Voilà le résultat du test. Est-ce que vous êtes satisfait de ce résultat? Si vous n'êtes pas satisfait, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire? Donc, c'est ça l'intérêt de cette première assemblée générale. Donc, on identifie les problèmes, on propose des solutions, on fixe des objectifs, on s'engage pour l'atteinte de ces objectifs. Après ça, donc, toutes les actions, toutes les activités qui ont été définies à travers cette assemblée générale sont insérées dans le plan d'action, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure. Donc, c'est un plan d'action axé sur la qualité, c'est-à-dire que dedans, il y a des activités qui portent sur l'amélioration de la qualité de l'apprentissage. Et pour avoir l'engagement de tous, donc, on organise une deuxième assemblée générale pour valider les activités qui ont été insérées dans ce plan d'action. Ça, c'est très important parce que c'est ce qui va développer ce sentiment d'engagement. Donc, cette validation marque également le démarrage des activités qui sont inscrites. Donc, on met en œuvre les activités. Ici, c'est le TARL, à travers le cours de médiation que je précise ici, c'est que les cours de remédiation, ça se fait pour le cas de Madagascar en dehors du temps scolaire. Donc, le TARS, ça se fait en dehors du temps scolaire, mais pas pendant le curriculum. Donc, ainsi de suite, il y a des nouveaux tests qui sont réalisés de façon périodique. On partage les informations, mais cette fois-ci à travers l'Assemblée générale à mi-parcours. Ici, c'est pour voir la progression des élèves et on le présente de nouveau devant la communauté. Et donc, ça constitue un boucle. Voilà. Slide suivant. Donc, voici quelques exemples de comment réaliser le test ASER. Ici, c'est le test mathématique, donc pour les 4 opérations, addition, soustraction, multiplication et division. Donc, c'est un test standard, individuel. Et le résultat, donc, c'est présenté pendant l'Assemblée générale. Donc, comme vous voyez, les graphiques, les histogrammes qui sont là, on a fait en sorte que ce soit vraiment facile à comprendre par la communauté. On voit que voilà le nombre des élèves qui maîtrisent, le nombre des élèves qui ne maîtrisent pas pour chacune de ces opérations. Slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. Donc, voici aussi quelques photos illustrant la réalisation des cours de remédiation. Donc, ici, on voit qu'en moyenne, donc, chaque école réalise à peu près 91,5 heures de cours de remédiation. C'est le cas pour l'année scolaire 2022-23. Et pour information, donc, les cours de remédiation sont conduits par des facilitateurs communautaires et des enseignants bénévoles, c'est-à-dire qu'il n'y a pas d'incitation financière. Après, il y a les activités de remédiation, donc sont pratiquées à raison de 2 heures par jour, 3 à 4 jours par semaine, pendant 3 à 4 mois, soit un total de 72 à 128 heures. Notons que tout ceci s'est décidé pendant l'Assemblée générale. Il n'y a pas de top-down, mais tout se décide à l'unanimité avec l'accord de toute la communauté. Donc, voilà, que ce soit le nombre d'heures ou la période de réalisation des cours de remédiation. Suivant. En termes de résultats, donc, voici le résultat des activités visant à l'amélioration de l'apprentissage des enfants. Donc, ça, c'est la progression des élèves, donc, suite à la réalisation des tests périodiques qui ont été réalisés auprès à peu près 1 million d'élèves dans 10 000 écoles dans les 11 régions sur les 23 régions de Madagascar. Donc, à gauche, nous voyons le pré-test où on a vu voilà, le pourcentage des enfants qui maîtrisent la lecture. Et à droite, nous avons l'histogramme qui nous montre la progression. Donc, en termes de gain, donc, on a eu à peu près 29% d'amélioration en lecture. Ici aussi, c'est pour dire que le coût est assez bas parce qu'on en est arrivé, grâce aux stratégies, donc, à 0,15 $ en moyenne, le coût pour chaque élève. Et voici le test ASER que je viens d'expliquer tout à l'heure. Slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. L'AGK collabore également avec les autres partenaires dans le développement du modèle, donc à savoir avec l'UNICEF. Ici, c'est l'activité en collaboration avec l'UNICEF, donc au Niger. Donc, ça montre le résultat des activités de prévention de l'abandon scolaire. Donc, le graphe à gauche donc, nous montre le gain qu'on a obtenu donc, en termes de réduction du taux d'abandon pour les élèves en classe de 7e année. Et à droite, c'est l'amélioration du taux de promotion, donc pour les élèves de la classe de 7e année et 8e année. Mais le point commun, c'est que c'est toujours à travers l'organisation d'un forum avec la participation communautaire. Slide suivant. Voilà, slide suivant. Il y a aussi des activités de collaboration entre l'UNICEF et la JICA, donc au Mali. Donc, il s'agit de projets de collaboration entre l'UNICEF pour les enfants dans les zones vulnérables. Donc, l'objectif, c'est de promouvoir l'égalité, l'accès et l'éducation pour les filles et les garçons, donc à travers l'extension de l'école pour tous. Donc ici, c'est le même principe, c'est toujours on passe par le comité de gestion de l'école avant d'améliorer la qualité de l'apprentissage. Slide suivant. À Madagascar aussi, on collabore étroitement avec l'UNICEF et le SAID Pour l'UNICEF, c'est dans le cadre de Back to School and Learning. Donc, depuis 2020, donc, on a démarré cette collaboration où on a pu cibler à peu près 1000 écoles. Et c'est toujours le même modèle qu'on a développé ensemble, c'est qu'on est passé par le COGES. Et puis après, on a introduit le PMAC, ce qu'on appelle le PMAC TARL. Donc, il y avait une évaluation par une entité extérieure, indépendante, qui s'appelle Plan Eval, donc, qui a prouvé l'efficacité des modèles, aussi bien du modèle COGES que le modèle TARL. Toutefois, donc, l'évaluation a émis quelques recommandations, notamment l'intérêt de cibler toutes les écoles lorsqu'on intervient donc, dans une région. Et voilà. Donc, qu'en est-il des défis? Parce que bien sûr, on a dû faire face à des défis, donc notamment par rapport au leadership, niveau de leadership, donc des responsables à tous les niveaux. Parce qu'on a beau dire que les modèles sont efficaces, mais s'il n'y a pas de leadership, ne serait-ce que par exemple, on prend le cas de directeur d'école, même on a développé les modèles, mais s'il n'y a pas de leadership, donc ça ne marche pas. Donc, à part ça aussi, il y a la vision commune de toutes les parties prenantes, c'est-à-dire que ce soit le ministère, entre les staffs, les décideurs du ministère, entre le ministère, les partenaires, entre les partenaires, s'il n'y a pas une vision commune, un objectif commun, donc c'est assez difficile donc, à réaliser, les objectifs sont difficilement atteints. Et il y a aussi, non, c'est pas encore fini, il y a aussi comme défi, donc c'est comment montrer que le modèle est efficace et généralisable. Donc ça aussi, c'est un défi qu'on a dû faire face. Mais il y a aussi le fait que lorsqu'on parle de mise à l'échelle, donc c'est un processus chronophage, ça prend du temps. Et entre-temps, donc, il y a plusieurs événements qui se passent. Donc, il faut avoir une capacité de résilience pour faire face à ces différents événements. Et avant-dernier, donc, il y a le turnover des responsables à tous les niveaux. Je prends la partie nationale. Si un directeur change, il y a un nouveau directeur, il arrive avec des nouvelles idées. Il ne va jamais encore reconnaître dans un premier temps que le modèle qu'on a développé est efficace. Il cherche à apporter ses nouvelles idées. Et ça, il faut une capacité de plaidoyer pour lui convaincre que ce modèle marche. Donc, et enfin, c'est la gestion du temps, des moyens et de l'espace. Parce que, comme on a dit, c'est chronophage. Donc, il faut savoir gérer ces trois facteurs en même temps. Slide suivant, s'il vous plaît. Enfin, donc, quelles sont les leçons à tirer? Les leçons à tirer, c'est première chose, il faut tenir compte, bien sûr, du contexte local, c'est-à-dire qu'est-ce qui existe, les textes réglementaires, les différentes lois, ainsi de suite. Et ça, le projet a dû s'adapter par rapport à ces textes réglementaires. Et il y a aussi le démarche de co-création, c'est-à-dire qu'il n'y a pas de top-down. Depuis le démarrage du projet, toutes les parties prenantes ont été impliquées. Donc, voilà, pour avoir cette acceptation de tous. Je ne vais pas entrer dans les détails, on peut vous partager les slides, mais voilà la liste des leçons à tirer. Donc, voilà. Mais avant de terminer mon intervention, donc, il y a la conclusion suivante, c'est que en développant l'intérêt de la communauté locale éducative. Donc, le projet École pour tous a réussi à transformer un modèle d'éducation de qualité en une réalité donc concrète, palpable, mesurable et vulgarisable. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous remercie de votre attention et je retourne la parole au modérateur. Merci.
Merci à toi. Merci à vous, Monsieur Tsoa. Très intéressant, très illustrative. Very interesting. In this project of Tabitha, I'd like to share that how community is not integrated later in a remediation program. What caught my attention was to learn that the community is part of the design of the program itself from the very beginning. They are part of the assessment process. They have all the information and then they decide together with the institutions, with the schools, how, when this program will be implemented to a level, for example, of deciding when is going when these extra hours of remediation will happen in the morning, afternoon, in the afternoon, that is decided by together collaboratively, and it's different in different schools and communities. So, merci encore. Without further ado, I want to introduce to Mr. Santos Akiele, who will, from Human Capital Africa, who will show us, explain to us HCS community engagement approach.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Slide. So I'm going to be talking to you about HCA's community engagement approach and tell you a bit about HCA as an organization in itself. Now, our vision, as you would see on the slides in front of you, is to ensure that all boys and girls in sub-Saharan Africa have necessary education and tools to live productive and meaningful lives. Now, what that doesn't add is live productive and meaningful lives for themselves, for their homes, for their community, for their countries. You would agree with me, and I don't even need to begin to speak about the learning poverty situation on the continent. We know the problem, and we know how it affects us as a continent. We know how it affects us as a globe, so to speak. By 2050, 68 to 70% of the global workforce growth will be coming from sub-Saharan Africa. I say it all the time. It means that the children that are alive right now, the children that are being born, would be majority of the global workforce. And so if they're not learning the critical literacy, numeracy, social-emotional skills, cognitive thinking, climate understanding, then the world is headed for disaster. Our mission, keeping that problem in mind, our mission is to then use evidence-based advocacy to mobilize governments and policymakers to take actions that improve learning that I just spoke about. So evidence-based action. Evidence-based action sounds like so much grammar, but everyone in this room, when having lunch today, used evidence-based action. You chose the amount of bread you wanted, the amount of rice, whichever it is you ate, based on your previous knowledge over the last few years of your life, that this is the amount I need right now, based on how my stomach is feeling, right? So you all are data scientists already, isn't it? So a round of applause for everybody in this house for being data scientists. Another friend of mine, she's here. She lost her luggage yesterday while coming, and so she had to rush to get new clothes. And she made evidence-based decisions on the sizes of the clothes that she would wear or get, right? Based on consistent years of understanding that this would fit me and this is how I would look. So if we solve our daily problems, food, brushing your teeth, crossing the road, drinking water, clothes, with evidence-based action, then we might as well fix our learning problems with evidence-based action, isn't it? Next slide, please. At Human Capital Africa, we have 3 goals, so to speak. We want to create awareness, and this is awareness. We've worked so hard for the last 3 years to create awareness about the problem. We've spoken so much about the problem that if I begin to say 9 out, somebody could just slap me and say, shut up, you said it too many times. So we all know what the problem is. We also look to enable action and adoption within the government, because if the government don't lead on this, then there's literally not very much we can do. We'll consistently come here in these beautiful halls with really cold ACs to have these sessions, and not much will change. And finally, we want to drive accountability, mutual accountability, and that's where we are getting towards the community. We want us to consistently keep ourselves accountable to the goal, to the course that we have set for ourselves. We've said we want to end learning poverty. To fix a problem, you must track the problem. You must know where you're headed. Next slide. Don't worry, I'm very quick. We are led by these amazing visionaries, Dr. Joyce Banda, former president of Malawi, Trevor Manuel from South Africa, Kennedy Odede, Kenya. So you can see it. amazing Africans who have decided that Africans can fix Africa's problems if we prioritize Africa's problems with evidence-based action. The next slide. Today, this is what we want to talk about much. HCA's approach to community engagement is full disclosure, inspired by the story of Sobral in Brazil. How many of us have heard about Sobral? Yeah, it's a fair amount. Well, in the next 5 minutes, when I say how many of us have heard of Sobral, every hand is going to be up because now you've heard of Sobral. Now, Sobral was one of the poorest municipalities in Brazil as at the 2000s. It was one of the poorest regions and had worst results as well, some of the worst education outcomes. But they didn't sit on that. They decided, and of course, visionary leadership. They had a leader who decided, I'm done with this. We don't accept this anymore. So they pretty much, like you would find on my slides there, built a community-based approach that I'll talk to you about that looked, first of all, to sustain political leadership, like it says, invest in the classrooms, prioritize instructional leadership, and all those beautiful things. As of 2004, Sobral had, you would find there, 91% of second graders could read with ease. Keep in mind that back in 2000s and the 90s, 8 out of 10 kids in Sobral were illiterate. So something happened that changed outcomes in Sobral. And we've read so much about it. We'll try to learn from the things that they have done there. On the next slide. Some termed it magical, what Sobral did, but really what they did was they fostered, a culture where everyone felt involved in the education of their children. Now, to a minister of education, when they speak about learning outcomes, they say, we want to move from 30% to 70% of our children. And those are hundreds of thousands of children, right? So when the minister is thinking about children in her country or his country, he's thinking about 100,000 children, 500,000 children that the minister can't even name, right? Much respect to the ministers. But how about a parent? When a parent is thinking about the education of their child, they're thinking of one individual in front of them. So if those people prioritize education, if those people who see the child eye to eye, one-on-one, prioritize learning, then you've taken the campaign to the place that it should be. You've taken the problem to the person who's wearing the shoe. In Nigeria, they would say in Pidgin English, now who wear shoe, no wear the pinam. It means it's the person wearing the shoe that knows where it hurts him, right? And so the parent with the child also is directly affected, so to speak, by the child's inability to learn. And so if you take the solutions to them, with them, led by them and with them, then you are literally at the end of the track. You've jumped so many steps. This is not to say, of course, that you do not need political leadership and will at the top, which is why I started with that. And these are some very interesting quotes about the success of Sobral, etc. But you would notice that when I was introduced, it had Nigeria, Uganda, and Malawi, not Brazil. And so we learned from Sobral, but HCA has been working in those countries to try out this process at the community level. And I have to give full, respect to JICA, because what you did, is almost like right now, I am coming to do the English interpretation for the JICA presenter, because that is pretty much the same logic that we are trying to push. Let the community feel very involved, and education should not feel like something that's different from their own agenda. The next slide, please. Hawit said, it is a community that will raise a child. And he was very correct. Africans are known for the Ubuntu ideologies from before now. It was, I am because we are. So my existence is because of you, and yours is because of me. And so if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go further, then we go together. And that's how HCA sees Africans fixing African problems. Now, this is a lot of Socrates talking. So let's talk about how it is then implemented. Next slide. So we'll use the example of Malawi. HCA's model district approach here leverages learning from Sobal, like I mentioned, to engage the community. And so what do you do? How do we do it? The very first step is to identify a district that has shown commitment to trying something. Keep in mind that this district could have learning poverty of 100%. You're not necessarily having to find the places where there's already amazing classrooms or things like that. It's fine if your district, the district you start with is, not the fancy location that you would want. But when you identify such a district, of course, led by the Ministry of Education, district level leadership, all stakeholders then get engaged and outline their goals and expectations. Now, there are long-term goals, like in the next 15 years, we want to take 50% of this. But then there are also 2-month goals, like we want to add 100 books to the 50 we have. When you meet yourselves from both angles, you find that there's always movement, and it's always positive movement, but I'll get there. Of course, step 2 is to co-create a detailed and localized, keyword being localized, foundational learning improvement plan for each district with the Ministry of Education and the partners that work within that district. So you're also not duplicating things or fixing problems that do not exist. And then you try to support comprehensive training for the ministry staff to ensure that they also can choose the right clothes or eat the right amount of food. Pretty much meaning they can use the data on learning or lack of it that's within their own district. And you would find, like Jika's presentation said, TAL is such a low-hanging fruit for that, because when you teach at the right level, you have your baseline assessment and your endline assessment. So every 3 months, you always know what worked and what didn't. You know how many children moved from letter recognition to word recognition. You know how many children didn't move from letter recognition to word recognition. You also know the things you did within the last 3 months that helped or didn't help them. Now, it helps children make better decisions for the next 3 months, for the next 5 years, or for the next 10 years, depending on what the particular goal is. And the step 4 is very important, and JICA does that as well. Establish regular review and accountability routines that involve every key stakeholder. And when I say key stakeholders, you would find a photo there of this should be Chisi, I believe. Chisi district in Malawi. It's a rural district. Those meetings involve parents, involves the mother groups, involves the religious leaders, the reps, political reps of those small, the parliamentarians, involves the CSOs within those districts. So everyone comes in and has like a whole-hearted, honest conversation. It doesn't usually seem like the usual, education kind of setup. It's more like we are a community discussing our personal concerns and how we can move from where we are to where we should be. The next slide. So what do they discuss? So you would find some subcategories here, and I'll give you a quick picture of how such a meeting would look like. So let's say, for example, that you're starting a very first review routine at any district. The very first step would be that we discuss as a unit, led of course, with the ministry, that how are we doing with assessment? What are the assessments happening within this district? How often do they happen? What do they tell us? What do they assess for? And when you evaluate those and you say, this isn't enough for us, this isn't working for us, we need to also improve on this, or what we already have, we need to make sure everybody else gets a feel of it. The district education the community, so to speak, agrees on what their plan for the next 3 months in relation to assessment would be. So these meetings happen 3 times or should happen 3 times a year. And there are no rules to it. It could be 10, 20, depends on you. Because keep in mind that this is not HCA saying that we want to do it everywhere for you. This is us advocating that you should implement things like this where you work. You know, in the countries that you have your programs, you need to take it to the community. Sometimes, as partners, we are very guilty of assuming that because we are technically gifted, we know so much and better than the community for themselves. And it's a very, very dangerous thing to do. So you also have conversations around policy and planning, data and monitoring, teaching and learning materials, teachers training, stakeholder review routines, etc. And then when you have those conversations, responsibilities are then distributed to people who have come in to those meetings. So I'll give you a very random example. I think in Blantyre, one of the responsibilities was get the message that children aren't learning to every pastor in the community. So the women took that up, that for the next 3 months, we are going to reach out to all the churches to make the pastors say something about this in the church. It's a very religious country. So now you're taking the message of learning poverty into the church. The church is thinking about how can we as a church provide books to the schools around us? How can we secure those books? And how can we ensure that those books are used to the extent that they should be? Yeah, next slide. And this is just an example of what a community does when they put their hands together to get things done. This is Chisi, a very rural community. You would find that some of those children don't even have shoes in that picture. They don't even have shoes. But the community came around together, did some local events. It's hard for me to explain without going into very traditional details. But they brought themselves together, raised some money as a district, and got books and shared around. But this obviously it has to be accompanied with actions that are targeted towards systemic reform, you see? So if you are fixing things from the community downwards, the Ministry of Education, the presidency, the African Union has to be fixing things from the top. You see what I mean? And so this is one way we think about it. You would find that the picture there says community members in Chisi came together to fundraise school uniforms and learning materials for children at a local school. And these are interventions that have happened just after 2 meetings. Just 2 meetings. It only started this year. And sometimes it's the energy from them that keeps you going, you see. It's the energy from the community. They take it more serious than you, It's like they literally send you a message to remind you that we were meant to do this, we were meant to do that. We have a community that now is working towards having a radio program where messages are just distributed within the community. You have communities that are doing mock football games, mock weddings, to bring the community together to just watch those games. And then within the halftime or something, they then begin to talk about the actual reason that we've brought you all here together. There are so many ways that this can be tweaked in the environments that you all work in, and HCA, of course, is always happy to engage and support with any other organization that's trying to replicate this as well, wherever on the continent that you would like to work. Next slide. Our learnings have been that you have to, and again, I said it's almost like I'm coming back here to do English translation for the previous JICA speaker, because you have to design the interventions collaboratively. It should not come from a place of ego, and I don't mean to offend anyone here, but sometimes we are guilty of our ego that makes us think that we know the solutions that the community needs. And we design it haughtily and say, why isn't it working? It's because the people involved weren't even the diagnosed ones, It's almost like a doctor taking out blood from Harriet to make a prescription for somebody else. You also create a shared sense of accountability through the data, consistently keeping yourself engaged with data, always knowing what the situation is. You also need to help the community build their capacity. You need to do sometimes training sessions with parents that just help them be better parents, that help them understand whether their child is learning or not. Because inadvertently, the teacher is not going to be there with the child at home. The minister is not going to be in your child's house. It is going to be you and the child. And you have to create opportunities, for inclusive participation. Like I said, we had examples of the sports bonanza, which was the football game, writing articles in local newspapers, which the Blantyre Urban District in Malawi has already done. And we'll see where it goes. So HTA is happy to again speak with anybody who's happy to try things like this in the communities you work with. We'll be happy to collaborate in the ways that matter. And we look forward to hearing the presentations and questions later from our other participants. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santos, for sharing with us the interesting experience model of HTA, district-based, inspired in Sobral, where community is at the center and community finds solutions, local solutions for national, continental, even international problems, but also to fit the system. The system learns from these experiences, and it's very, very important. Thank you. So next, I will call to Joseph Kalisa, and his country director from Building Tomorrow, and he will explain to us the community education volunteer program in Uganda. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Wow. That means we are. Well, my name is Joseph Bagambash Kalisa, the country director and co-founder and country director, Uganda, representing Building Tomorrow. I'm really very privileged to be standing in front of you, probably to repeat what some of my colleagues, very sweet, very committed people have been saying. And I hope I take very short time. I always tell people I have a lot of air time, and if I do, please stop me. Thank you very much. Members, I'm really very, very excited to be sharing a very simple model. And what we normally emphasize at Building Tomorrow is that be simple and not make things complicated. We go to the community and simplify things. We don't use even the most complicated English words wherever we go. So I'm really very happy to share with you this CV, community education volunteer approach. This approach has worked in many places, but I just want to share the experience of Uganda. And in the Building Tomorrow Uganda, our mission is literacy and numeracy for all children. And please, if you can move to the third slide. Yeah, so we work towards this mission and vision in Uganda with a focus on building foundation learning skills for young learners. And by doing this, we mobilize young, fresh university graduates who work in communities. In fact, we pride in the whole country to employ the youngest population aged between 23 to 27 years, and they're all graduates, and they work in rural areas. And these fresh graduates work with community education volunteers, and we work with local leaders and head teachers to mobilize children, to mobilize communities in schools. As you can see, that's a simple picture to show you our mission. But if you can move very fast to the next slide, please. Yes, so this approach, we mobilize the community, the fellows and the community education volunteers, whom we call CEVs, work to mobilize children from communities so they can attend school. We call it, they call it enrollment, those who know good English. And they don't only stop there, members. Using this approach, they work with local leaders, ensure that every school-going age child is at school. And when they got to school, they don't drop out. And when they mobilize and sensitize these communities, they work towards improving learning outcomes. And what do? The most important thing we do, everybody has already mentioned about teaching at the right level. We actually use the teaching at the right level, and we have codenamed it Roots to Rise, because foundation learning is like roots. I learned from Rwanda, it's called MEZ. The foundation is, in literacy and numeracy, is MEZ. Correct? You correct me, Rwanda. So the foundation of learning, and actually everybody mentioned here that if you don't build your house very well, if the foundation is weak, the house will collapse. So the future of our country, the continents, all over depends on the foundation. So CEVs have grown to be the engine of our learning and the key facilitators of Roots Rise. I am very pleased to introduce to you, members, a very short video that you'll hear some voices of these community education volunteers in their own ways. You should be able to hear what it means deeply. I hope the video can play. Before the video comes, this video simply tells you about the deep meaning of those community education volunteers. In their small ways, they are very committed. They are not teachers, they are members of the communities. And
education. Most of these surveys come from communities where many learners cannot perform basic numeracy and cannot read and write basic paragraph. And they are here to be equipped with skills so as to improve literacy and numeracy levels in their communities.
Amannya mugambwa Ismaila, ndi musajja mulimi, nviridde Kamwanula, Bumeya Primary School. Mu training eno, reading tomorrow, tuyize okuyambako abaana abali awaka abatasoma, n'abo abali awaka abali ku ssomero, okusobola okulaba nga basobola okusoma okuva wansi nga buli kintu bakitegeera bulungi. So nkyenyumirizaamu nnyo nange ngize CV yange njongeddeko, kanange ngende nteeke mu baana abato bakule nga bamanyi, baleme kubeera nga ffe bazadde baabwe abatafuna chance eyo.
Nga kimpa obuvumu njagala muli mpulira obwannakyewa mukola ki kusobola ate mbwagala era mmanyi nti bwe tunakwatagana ttiimu yaffe nga tuli bavumu twagala abaana baffe oba ensi yaffe esigale nga nywevu era nga abaana be basoma babitegedde bulungi.
Yes, I'm glad you've been able to hear from their own voices, and that was Ismail and Jessica. Members, for us, since 2015, we've recruited and trained quite a number of these people. And this includes over 3,500 that we recruited only in 2024. And CVs have volunteered a total number of over 765,000 hours just only in 2024. And we've been able to compute this and mostly towards Roots Tries, which is in bracket teaching at the right level.
a shared tool, there is some component of one-to-one support to children. Doesn't need to be all along, all year long, but in some moments it's very, very important psychologically, but also pedagogically. And definitely the power that brings all these volunteers that are trained, that they train or help children, but also help parents continue to help their children. Thank you very much, Joseph. Last but not least, we'll call to Tioneste Nionsima, and who is going to explain to us the USAID's regional approach to community engagement, and then himself also will introduce the next colleagues that will go to the next session.
Thank you so much, moderator. I see the room is becoming empty. People are leaving. Please stay. We have a surprise over there. You need to see it there. But so I'll be brief since people have talked about the community engagement. But I'm here to talk about approaches that USAID use to improve parental and community engagement to promote education. Next. So I won't talk about the outline, but I'll be introducing yourself to our approaches, why we're promoting it, and the key projects we are carrying out in Africa and in Rwanda. Next. So how we USAID do we understand the community engagement? So on our side, USAID consider empowering communities so that they can participate in education support. They can participate in 3 ways. First, in school management, by participating into parents' school committee assembly, that they govern the entire school, discuss all challenges, the results of learners, and plans ahead, the plans for those schools. Briefly, involvement of parents in the school management. They can also participate in the curriculum development to make sure that that curriculum is culturally relevant to that country and is own and promote the values of those communities. Third, local communities can provide the resources. These resources can be human resources, material resources, or economic resources. We saw somewhere community members have built a school in the previous presentation. This is one of the model we are using in promoting parent and community engagement. Next. So these are data, I know you love data about why, but I'm not gonna teach you, but you can see that there is an increasing body of evidence as why we should promote the parent and community engagement. You can see more than 250,000 children are still out of school. And yet after 2 decades of commitments, of progression, we can still see those children who are out of school. If we do not act on the other side of the school, which is communities, we are leaving such important number of those children. And different organizations have started just having like OECD and so many scholars that you can see there have a body of evidence that supports that if we invest in parental and community environment, it's not working. Thank you. So I was saying that there is a growing evidence on why we should invest in the parent and community event. For those who would like to read, you can read Eric Nielsen has published a very resources that can be a useful resource for you to learn. OECD has an important body on that. But I wanted to put some key thoughts that push us to invest in parental engagement.
If you look at the skills, the knowledge that our parents have, most of them cannot support their children's learning, except at least support the homework. But if you ask parents what they can practically do to support their children, most of them will fail. And so many projects we've been supporting are training some parents about their knowledge, their skills, so that they can support their children at home. So I added another key thought. How do your children spend their time? Most of the time, children are out of school. So we need to capitalize on that time. And what happened? IT. Thank you. We need to capitalize on that time that children are out of home, out of school, sorry, so that we can at least support them in terms of learning. So to end that slide about data, so previously in Rwanda, we piloted a project called the Mureke Dusomele, which is Let's Read in English, that linked schools and the community and foster a partnership between them. And the goal was that the school could not only deal with instruction, but also could bring in the community so that they can support the school. They went out there, provide reading clubs in the communities countrywide, opening up community libraries countrywide, recruiting volunteers, so many volunteers countrywide, so that they train those learners out of schools. 2024, so go back, please. 2020, there has been an assessment at the school level. Those were key results that I picked among so many. P1 students who participated in reading activities after school were over 5 times likely to meet the grade level benchmarks compared to the peers who didn't. So those who are fan of that movement that says South also knows this is the data to use. In the South, we're also producing data that can be used worldwide. For P3, it's the same. Those who participated were 2.7 times to meet the benchmark compared to those who didn't. So next. So information I added in this chart to let you know about the time that children spend out of school and inside the classroom. And I wanted to highlight for the first pie, you can see 40% of the time children are sleeping. For the second, you can see that 53% children are playing. And for the third, this is enrichment, which is the activity dedicated specifically to children learning, reading books and doing other things. You can see only do like homework. As you can see, what child can do at home, it's not really homework. It can read a book. It can do any other things that promote reading. And for passive leisure, pay attention. You can see that over 66% children are looking at TV. I don't know how about your home, but this particular pie may show you where you can put emphasis. Please don't let your children spend 60% of their time looking at TV. Try to set something that can help them to read. When they are, for instance, play game, you know very well that children learn through play. Try to introduce some games that can support your children learning. And when they are sleeping, please let them sleep, but also don't let them go over the time they are supposed to spend. It is close to 9.5 hours a day. Next. So, what do we do in Africa? USAID is a big organization with so many projects across Africa. You can see, I support only those that were supported in 2019. And this report is based on what we call at USAID, the PPR report. It was analyzed throughout the reports from across the mission in Africa. It went to Washington, Washington analyzed, and you see each project that has a component of community and parental engagement. You can see so many countries, close to 14 countries are implementing this. The homes if you have so many questions, you can ask them. But to some, what they did, they increased accountability for their schools. They developed what they call a community monitoring tool, which measures the performance of learners at school. And they added indicators. And those indicators was painted behind the walls of the classroom so that community can come and read. Over time, they could see how the school is performing. And this has increased accountability, transparency of that school to the extent those schools had become excellent. They have also created school parents committees, close to 2,500. They are still maintaining them, which increases that partnership between the community and schools. In Somalia, the Alternative Basic Education Project, for them, they worked with illustrators, publishers, authors, and they organized kind of book fairs countrywide, so where the experienced authors will be mentoring the younger ones. So it was spread our country, and this has resulted into so many titles being developed in that country. So in Mozambique, the I Read activity or project, for them, they work with the community leaders to make sure children are being enrolled timely. I mean, at 6 years of age. So through that kind of community behavior change project, the enrollment has peaked, and so many children return to school, except those particularly with disabilities. And I may call upon maybe this is a particular emphasis where we can have more as we embark on the project implementation. In Mali, the selective integrated reading activity, what they did in their country was to train community agents, what they call it, 304 community agents, which also went and mobilized other community members. And through that mobilization, the third approach we are using has been realized. It's where they have built more than 100 community libraries in that country. I haven't seen it. I haven't been in Mali, but I would love to see those colorful, beautiful community libraries where children are concentrated, reading stories. So it's really amazing to see all of the interventions. Next. Next, please. So since we are in Rwanda, how about Rwanda? So USAID has to date introduced 3 projects. One was literacy language learning activity that was implemented by EDC. The second, which was a bigger project that I would like to talk about, was school community partnership for education. The one that I thought has a yield, and the results I've already presented at the beginning. So this was kind of pioneering project in our communities. It was so difficult for them to start, but it ended up being some impact. Mobilization of local leaders, churches. It has even gone far and established a Rwanda child reading or children book organizations. I've been reading them, then I found close to 18 publishers have been grouped together in an organization that produces so many titles, close to 600 titles as we speak, countrywide, and those are distributed in our community libraries and reading clubs. And I will end with this community homes and community activities, for which I'm on the AOR now. And I have the chief of party in the room, and the team who's going to show a demonstration on how they are doing SBCC in the room. So that's one, have 3 objectives. One, it is increasing home literacy environment. Number 2, increase the community engagement. And number 3, it has a specific program on supporting children with disabilities. Because these children have been somehow overlooked during our previous activities. So, with that, I will hand over to the chief of party. Next. So I would like to say that our approaches as USA consist of, as I said at the beginning, school management, curriculum development, and resource contribution from the community engagement. So I want to invite all of you to scale up those approaches, because those folks from education side in the schools and the education system think education is theirs, but we are the parents of those children. Those children belong to our communities. And as the moderator says, it takes a village to raise a child. Let's all work on that one. I thank you very much. And now I'll hand over to the chief of party, to come and present in particular, the homes and community, and introduce the theater performance. Have a good evening, everyone. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed.
I don't know whether I should use this or this. Let me try this. Unfortunately, I'm standing here at the wrong time. We should all be out of this room. But I'll try my best to leave what I'm supposed to do here, and that is to introduce our community theater drama actors. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to give you a background to an activity that is employing this approach. The activity, as Ewa has said, the honest, is called Homes and Communities Activity, which is locally known as USID of Lesiwachu. The USID of Lesiwachu is a 5-year literacy activity implemented across Rwanda in certain districts. And one is to ensure that all Rwandan children have literacy supportive, stimulating, and safe home and community environments. And this will be achieved through improving home literacy environment, increasing community engagement, and improving literacy opportunities for children with disabilities. There is no PowerPoint presentation. I was supposed to just come here and call the community theater drama actors here, but I felt it is important to give you this background quickly. This activity is implemented by many actors, but the consortium is of 3 organizations. The program is World Vision, but we also have Imbuto Foundation and Humanity and Inclusion. We, in addition to other 5 organizations, we use the activity uses the social behavior change communication program to better coordinate communication efforts that promote positive parenting, child protection, language development, literacy, social emotional learning, disability inclusion, and gender equality for children, to improve home and community literacy environments. With large activities, colleagues, and a combination of all those activities is what has really given us very great results. As I'm talking, we've reached over 800,000 parents, and that is mainly possible because we have this strong social behavior change communication strategy. A strategy that was informed by assessments, which identifies behaviors, the targeted audience, channels, and communication tools linked to messages that we deliver. And strategy social behavior change communication activities that are disseminated to communities through different channels like radio, skits, broadcast services, radio shows, DJs, presentation, messaging, so and even disseminating messages on it. A lot of channels through which we disseminate social behavior messages, change messages. That's why yes, you is Sesame workshop. Unless you have had Sesame workshop, the cartoons. Sesame workshop, and what we want to disseminate key messages, command commanders, command the scene program is paper skin. Have you heard that before? Paper skin? Issue center. Skin is an interactive center that goes into the societal responses and attitudes towards individuals, particularly children, perceived as different in terms of learning or communication abilities. Stimulating and interactive learning platform. It has the opportunity for community members to experience behavior change, messages via edutainment, as they physically meet the actors and interact and provide feedback. In the future art center, demonstration. Issue and business, but is yours. Thank you.
Nifuza gusangira n'inshuti zanjye. Y'amapaji 60 ku masaha 12 igaragaye muri Uganda. Sinzi uko nabikwandikaho. Isa neza. umuryango wanjye njyewe nkunda kuba ndi gusoma Ego. Ego. Ma. Ego. Eme. Cueme. Eme. Cue. Era. Uretse kukubahuka nta mukiza nta ntwari nta buhungiro mu ntekerezo zanjye biracuramye nta gihangange
nta mugabo
nta mugore nitwe abantu naheze mu gihirahiro ndumva neza ariko simbona neza ntibigoye kubona kuko ngashya mu nyanja y'amagambo ariko ndarohama iyo nyasomye yewe yewe kapiteni imbohe y'ubwigenge nkaba umusare w'uko bantekereza nzaharanira intsinzi n'ubwo amarira yakama n'icyuya kigatemba mbonera amahoro mu magambo imigemo nibyo bitangaza byanjye bya buri munsi ndarwana nkakotana nkatsikira nkagwa ariko nk'uko babivuga
ikaramu ni inkota y'ubugi bubiri kandi bucyaye yica buhoro buhoro cyangwa igakiza
nanjye nzarwana ku museke utambitse kugera izuba rirenze nzasoma ngashye mu nyanja y'amagambo imivumba y'ibitabo indirimbo n'injyana ndirwanirira nkanibera umutwe w'ingabo
umwana w'umukobwa utarabasha gusoma cyangwa kwandika ariko abyigisha buhoro buhoro inyuguti ku yindi ijambo ku rindi interuro ku yindi abyigisha yitegereza isi n'abantu nyuma y'imyaka myinshi uwo mwana w'umukobwa yaje kubona akazi mu icapiro mwibaze namwe umwana w'umukobwa utarabasha gusoma cyangwa kwandika ari gukorera mu icapiro
inka yanjye
nampaye kurangariye amagambo
erega aradukikije zanywe no kuyakusanya
kusanya amagambo
nkusanya hatagifite umumaro
ni gute uvuga ko amagambo adafite umumaro ni amangambure se ibyo uvuga ntabwo bisobanutse
yego ndakumva ariko buriya ibinyamakuru bishaje ni nk'amagambo atagifite umumaro
wiki
si uko atagifite umumaro ahubwo ni amakuru ashaje
ni gute uvuga ko amakuru asaza ibyo uvuga biravuguruzanya amakuru asaza
yego biravuguruzanya ariko buriya bivuguruzanya nk'iyo banditse ububi bwo gutema ibiti ku mpapuro zakozwe mu biti byatemwe
banza twarondogoye reka twicare
uri umwanditsi
njyewe nkunda gusoma
wandikaga iki jambo murikira ubuzima bwanjye
hoti ndabizi ibi birasa nk'ibyo muri filime aho abantu bakubitana bagahita bakundana niba ari byo mwari mutekereje ni nako byagenze
nyuma yo gusohokana nyuma y'ibiganiro runaka utubaruwa tw'urukundo twaranditswe turasoma nuko isomero rivuka hagati y'urukundo basangiye rwo kwandika no gusoma
urukundo rwabo rurakura bimukira mu mujyi mushya barabana bibaruka imfuro yabo maze umwana wabo akura ari agakobwa keza kandi kazi ubwenge
dore ibi nabyo bisa nk'ibyo muri filime aho ubona aho abakunzi bakurana bagasazana mu rukundo niba ari byo mwari mutekereje
ni nako byagenze umwana yarezwe n'urukundo amagambo ibitabo mbese
nk'undi mwana wese yararize avuka agatangira gushyira ibyo abonye byose mu kanwa nubwo ababyeyi bamubuze akabyuka saa 8 z'ijoro arira cyane n'agasaku nk'undi mwana wese
umwana yarakambakambye bukeye aragenda bitera ishema ryinshi ababyeyi be ndetse n'aho batuye igitangaje yavuze mbere yo guhaguruka atangira kuvuga amazina y'ibiti y'indabo mbere yo gutangira ishuri uwo mwana yari afite ibitabo byinshi kurusha ibikinisho
Ubwo ni uburyo butangaje bwo kurera umwana.
none se mwari mwiteze iki? Ababyeyi bakunda gusoma, n'umwana azabigenza atyo. Abana ni nk'indorerwamo, bigana ibyo babona bagasubiramo ibyo bumvise.
Nyamara bakunda kuvuga ngo umuryango usomera hamwe wigira hamwe.
Banza ahubwo bavuga ngo umuryango usengana urarambana.
Byose ni kimwe.
Nuko umwana arakura, ariga, arakina, arasoma, umunsi ku munsi aryoherwa n'urukundo rw'ababyeyi be, ndetse n'ababyeyi be baterwa ishema ryinshi n'umwana wabo.
Dore ibi nabyo bisa nk'ibyo mu mugani, aho bagira bati nuko babana akaramata mu byishimo. Niba ari byo mwari mutekereje,
Ntabwo ariko byagenze, ntabwo ariko byagenze, bibarutse ubuheta.
Abantu bari babishimiye.
Bande
ari babishimiye,
bande
ari babishimiye. Oya se
bande
Oya.
oya.
Rebera uriya mwana we. Yewe, iyo bagumana umwe.
umva ntibintunguye, na nyina agiraga ibintu bijya kumera kuriya.
Yemwe, nge mbona bateye agahinda.
Ntakubeshye, yasaruye ibyo yabibye.
Kandi narabibonaga ko hari icyo babura.
Ubwo rero yarazi ko aturenze n'ibitabo bye.
Buriya se bamenya bati icyo umwana akeneye atabasha kuvuga?
Utekereza ko ari karande wenda zo mu miryango yabo?
Bigomba kuba bigoye. Nge sinakifuza kuba mu mwanya wabo.
Abantu bazatekereza ko batabyara abana bazima.
Gute se kandi uriya imfura yabo ari muzima?
Nka papa nibyanangaza uriya atari we se.
Nge mbona bakamuhisha.
Bishe umwana.
Nuko turihisha. Atari uko twari dufite ikimwaro, ahubwo kuko byari ngombwa. Kugira ngo tumurinde, tumuhumurize, kandi twigire hamwe. Byari ngombwa ko twiga ubundi buryo bushyashya bwo kuganira ibyo atabashaga kuvuga. Twaranditse, turasoma, twigira hamwe.
Kera habayeho, hongera habaho, kandi hongera harasubira. Numvise aya magambo ndetse n'andi menshi, asubirwamo inshuro nyinshi, aterwa nk'utubuye dutoya tutagaragara, utubuye duto dutemana nk'ibyuma. Narize amarira atemba ajya mu nda. Nifuza kuba nk'ayo magambo ngo singaragare.
Kera habayeho, hongera habaho, kandi hongera habaho harasubira. Uwo mwana w'umukobwa yaje kuba umubyeyi, agomba guca mu nzitizi nyinshi. Bamuteye utubuye duto tutagaragara, bamutega imitego itagaragara, ndetse n'inkuta ngo zimutandukanye n'abandi. Ariko aza kubatsindisha ubuhanga bwe, anifuriza abana be kutazigera baca muri uwo mubabaro. Kera habayeho, hongera habaho, ubu hariho, igihe cyawe, igihe cyanjye, igihe cyanyu. Habayeho abaturebaga dukina,
habayeho ababyeyi
bibaza uburyo nabo bajya bafasha abana babo.
abaturanyi babi
Habayeho
baneraga
abarezi
bagenzi babo.
bakomezaga bakora ibishoboka byose kugira ngo bafashe abana babo.
bari bafite abana
babana
bakagakina.
Habayeho.
Habayeho.
Iki ni cyo gihe cyawe.
Inkuru yawe ni iyihe?
Thank you. Thank you. Beautiful, as much as powerful. Can I ask, please, the last slide with the contacts? It is already 6 p.m. We had planned to have a Q&A, but we had discussed before that probably because we were carrying delay during the day, we would be overtime, so we won't ask you to stay for the Q&A. That is why what we agreed is to put the contacts of the panelists up here. If you would like more information, you can reach out to them. They will be happy to get to you, including community theater through the USAID colleagues. Then just to finish, we wanted to thank you for staying until this time with us for this rich session, but nevertheless late in the afternoon. We wanted to thank you also. I wanted to thank the panelists for all their work and for sharing these very interesting approaches and programs. And thank you also, above all, to all school committees, teacher parent association, individual volunteers, anyone and everyone at community level that is working every day, usually without getting paid, nevertheless supporting foundational learning in Africa. Two quick announcements that they asked me to do. First one, both are important. They are asking to please leave here in the room the receivers for the interpret. These are to be collected by the interpreters, and they say that many already are gone outside of the room. That's one. I guess same for tomorrow. Wherever the room you are at, if you move the room, please leave the receivers there. Otherwise, they will have trouble collecting them. And the second one, very important also, for those who didn't collect their badges today, is that tomorrow will be, don't want to say impossible, but that's what I understood, to get in without a badge. So please go to the registration area, collect your badges, or anyone you might know who doesn't have it, please let them know to collect it today, because tomorrow will be, from what I heard, almost impossible to get in. So thank you again. Thank you very much. Good evening, and see you tomorrow here.